Oh, Shane's all the way. Shane, why are you in the corner like that, dude?
I didn't put myself there. I'm just wherever I am.
Get out of there.
Can't blame me for that, man. Can't fucking blame me for that shit, man.
I'm sorry, dude. You're just in the corner, and I got worried. I got freaking worried, guys.
Take a shit, man.
Real. So last time we played, Beapoop showed up for the first time in the game board, and now she's here.
Yeah. She's fucking cheating.
Yeah, she's like, Bella, look at this shit, and yeah.
Okay.
I like to imagine like Battler outside of the game board just being like, "Hey, what the fuck? Hey!"
If I remember correctly, the other girl, the little tiny witch, because Beatrice is like
the tiny witch.
Yeah, with the blue hair.
Lambda Delta, yeah.
Yeah.
Lambda Delta or whatever.
Because she's the representation of uncertainty, right? Or is Beatrice uncertainty and she is certainty?
No, Beatrice is the witch of repetition. I think.
Well, I don't think it's repetition, no, because she's able to make things happen that are seemingly impossible.
Yeah, because we were talking about
she's
that.
Breaking the possible. The other witch, wait, I forget what. I'd have to look at that conversation again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I just don't remember what she said, because I thought she said something about like, she was gonna like, side with Battler, and because she's the whole like the uncertainty thing, she I was wondering if she might be the reason that different stuff is happening like for no reason.
I mean, well, different stuff is happening because it's a game, right? So Beatrice is trying to win this game, and the game is to prove that witches exist versus they don't. So like she's
just so interested in like mechanically what's going on. Like, are they sitting? Do you think they're just like sitting in purgatory, like looking at a little portal?
Yeah. Like, in my mind's eye, like, I don't know if they show it in this version. They didn't in the last version, so I had to imagine things, right? But in my mind's eye, they're looking like at a chessboard, and like they could see what's going on, like through a little, I don't know, through a little portal or something.
If you try to spin this thing one more time.
Why would there be a chessboard if they're looking through the portal?
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's just the chessboard on the desk is always been a thing.
It's representative of the state of the game, I imagine.
Yeah.
I imagine it's less like an actual game of chess going on and more of a barometer of who's winning.
Yeah, at least that's what I imagined it to be when I read it.
I don't know. I don't understand all the. Well, I understand that on the basic level of the chess crap, but it's very heavy-handed. It's like it makes you feel like it's more important than it really is.
It's very heavy-handed symbolism. Yeah, pretty much.
Battler secretly eating the chess pieces.
He's eating his family.
Get married, eat family.
Real
family.
Real. So yeah, so Beatrice just entered the freaking flick.
Yeah, that was where I was going with all that, was that she's basically like, even though, things are are going on differently, Beatrice is like, actually, I would have just done this.
I would have do this. I do this now.
Because I have magic, so I can do whatever I want.
Basically.
I want Battler to show up with the gun this time. Cool. Like, everybody sit the fuck down.
Yeah, well, I won't say anything, Shane, but there is like a twist with like the whole gun thing, but I unfortunately got spoiled for it because Twitter.
What the fuck?
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, babe. I know.
It's not me paddling up on an inner tube.
I wish. That'd be awesome. Yeah, Shane gets the gun.
True. Real. Okay.
Hey, we have to start reading.
Hurry!
When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guest, approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow.
I've been waiting, Beatrice.
Oh, does that mean she's finally in the... Yeah, there she is.
Yippee,
wow, there she is! Wow! Her reason for
she also has it as the tattoo on her leg.
Yeah, bro.
Okay. Oh, so this is what's different. She's there as an actual person.
Yeah, she's there as a piece.
This is a 19th person,
yeah, see,
you fucker.
I was wondering if she was just like, you know, I was wondering if she was just like showing up in that outfit for funsies, but nah, cause she's actually really fucking with him, cause he's like, oh well, you can't prove that a 19th person was there, and she's like, okay, now I'm real.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be here now. Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck you gonna do? I'm here now.
It's been quite some time, Genji. You've gotten old.
No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end.
I remember how that man's wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo doing well?
He's doing extremely well.
The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you'd expect from someone nearing the end of his own life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at.
Then let us go and greet him. I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years.
Goodbye, Adam. Good luck with work.
Goodbye, Adam!
Bye-bye. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her.
Perhaps he is because he is a servant.
Oh my god!
At that time, Kyrie came out of the parlor. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something.
Woman moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why did the narrator or someone was like, I
She's
didn't
probably
fucking
fixed
know.
her fucking
She
makeup.
probably had to go shove a tampon up her butt or something.
Yeah.
I know that's not how it works. I'm saying it incorrectly on purpose. There was a joke.
She had to shove it up her pee hole.
Gross, dude.
I know there's the secret vacuum in the girls' restroom.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the secret vacuum. It's what McDonald's chicken nuggets are made of.
Fire.
And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being almost dead. On the day of the family conference, when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Yoshiromiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kirei immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important.
Dude, I gotta see what happens when Battler talks to her.
Kirei and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch.
It's a pleasure to meet you. You are Rudolph's second wife, yes?
Damn. He's coming out with that.
Correct. That is Kirie-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife.
From this exchange, Kirei realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Yoshiromiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kirei's eyes instantly open wide.
I really wonder. Oh, so so it changed.
Whoa, that's sick.
Look at her.
I wonder
posed up,
if
dude.
I wonder if that's like supposed to be butterfly effect, or if she did that with magic.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Kyrie. I wonder if this is our first meeting. If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name. So, you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer?
Kyrie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow to like.
Yeah, she's just gonna be the worst the whole time, isn't she?
But if Kyrie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. So without shooting back a retort, Kyrie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor, with Genji following behind.
Type.
Someone tapped her shoulder from behind. She was so surprised she almost choked.
Oh!
It was Natsuhi.
Kirie-san, why are you standing still in a place like this? Are you not feeling well? I'm sorry. I was just fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit. Oh, you mean the Golden Witch Beatrice, the one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revived Ushiromiya family we see today. Quite a fantastical story. Just what one might expect from father.
Excuse me. Natsuhi spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone who convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another one of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kyrie now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache. I think I'll rest for a little while. Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine. I'll get it for you. And they fade to black. And then they both died or some shit.
Yay!
Yay!
Empty
Okay.
hallway.
Kinzo!
Oh boy. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison, peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. And the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
Dang, grimace shake.
How long has he been in there since he last he left?
I believe it has already been several years.
Is he that desperate to turn me into a bird in a cage? How pitiful. By now, you're the bird in a cage. You're the ghost of the study, are you not? How pitiful that he is unable to recognize even that.
Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost.
Is it love or madness or delusion? And yet, perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough. You sad magician.
I wonder if she's, like, capable of, like, having real connections, because, you know, it's still not clear whether or not she, like, loved Kinzo or was just intrigued by him.
She showed a moment of weakness because of him, so there's something.
Yeah, right? Like, that. There's an implication there, I think.
The witch grasped the doorknob to the study.
Oh.
When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand.
Oh, wow.
Beatrice-sama.
What is this? A war against magic? Is that person unable to get by without relying on something like this?
I have heard that this door would cause you great pain, Beatrice-sama. Shall I open it?
No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. The life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything. Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that is left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its result, there is no need for me and Kinzo to meet again.
The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned.
Or perhaps that is why he has a sword here in the first place. Yes, perhaps even that is honorable in its own way. By now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me to enjoy the failure, the final gamble, of the old magician who fell in love with me and threw away his entire life!
Okay, girl. Okay, girl.
Okay.
Okay, girl. She just shot us. Oh my god, it's 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see. I'm waiting to see what new stuff happens.
Okay.
Who is it? Oh.
Excuse me. I have brought lunch.
Enter.
Excuse me.
Oh god, this scene. Alright.
After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the room. The servants called this room the witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. That's why, at some point, the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from the portrait. And today, Cannon realized that this was absolutely true.
Oh boy.
When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over the several days for today's sake. As she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings? Cannon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him.
I will prepare the meal, Beatrice Summer.
Cannon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who'd tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, with her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Cannon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around.
It smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook.
Yes. He is called Goda and was employed here recently.
There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It is the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years.
She's a foodie.
Yeah.
Cannon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned, pulled out a phone, and posted the meal on Instagram. Without a doubt, certainly. This was clearly the witch from that day.
Oh my god, really?
Holy fuck!
The witch that had no one but he and Shannon could see in the past. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held form and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall.
Beatrice Summer.
It has been a long time, Cannon the furniture.
It has been quite some time.
Cannon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being. But the visit of this suspicious witch made the dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference.
You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I have appeared. Am I right?
Cannon didn't force an answer. The witches probably read minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Cannon's childish defiance.
I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo.
Your final promise with the Master?
I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came to accept that interest tonight.
I don't know what you're talking about.
However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good.
There's no mistake. Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they are used. Sometimes there are those like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits. However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales.
Whoa, they referenced the Greater Key of Solomon? Okay,
Yeah.
that's actual
Yeah.
witchcraft.
But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of the interest into his ceremony. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or else a mere fool possessed by madness? Amusing. Truly amusing.
Canon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else.
Bro's #1 witch hater.
He is.
And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface.
Damn.
What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years.
No. She's so evil and stuff.
Oh, I love his face.
Could it be that you...
Whoa.
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key.
The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing.
Could it be the witch's epitaph?
No.
No, it's not. It's not that at all. Dude, come on. Do we really have to go over this again?
Okay, fine.
Yes, they referred to the occasion. His gold
It's
building,
just like,
which
I mean,
is
come on.
beginning black, it'll be get you,
You know what I
saying the
mean?
poem from the plaque on the thing that we all know about.
Yes.
Canon, since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice! The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived. I believe you wanted that for a long time. To furniture, who finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day must be nothing but agony. To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to, but those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering.
Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. This was the day of release that Canon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden. And for some reason, he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Canon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling.
Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world as mere furniture?
I have no regrets. Because I am furniture.
You truly are a model specimen of furniture. How nice, how nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all.
Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure?
That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. And in order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking.
Let me
Perhaps
cook.
this is something that mere furniture cannot understand.
I guess he couldn't.
Canon was like, I don't know, bitch." However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it wherever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Canon should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did
And for
too.
some reason, what's the
All
reason?
this time later.
Canon bit his lower lip, hard enough that it hurt. To think about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complain about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this?
Regret!
He felt a little shameful at his own naivete, and forgot about Jessica. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bound with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting. Nothing more.
This day that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for will probably be a harsh burden for her, giving her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, us furniture, the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept!
I wanted to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, you continue to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me. And yet, it seems you loved Shannon a little too dearly, right? Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. Would those feelings transform into hatred for me? If you wish to kill me, give it a try.
Wow, guys.
As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live with that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I tried to release you? I've been laughing so much.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Kneel!
What?
Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I will leave this place. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, do you think you could bear to live like that? If the door to the Golden Land is opened, your hard life as furniture will end. If you desire, I can even give you life as a human. After that, you will be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience the taste of love? There's no point in trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You are sorely tempted to know the taste of love.
Stop it! Stop it! Are you trying to ensnare me again? I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement.
Oh, then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you weren't the only one who was implanted with a seed. Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit after all. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, of the 6 chosen by the key are sacrifices. And the sacrifices and the sacrifices and you do the things.
People and they sacrifice them and then they make the Golden Land.
The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using that epitaph as a threat against Canon.
Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed, at the second twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices. It could be any 2 who are close. A husband and wife.
Oh, she's finally explaining
or
it.
even a pair of lovers. According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me and to decide on a whim.
Oh, I bet she's gonna kill him in a different order this time.
Don't you think there could be no more fitting sacrifice for the second twilight and Shannon as she is now?
Okay, so I think the implication is that the first time when she did the 2 who are close, it was what, Rudolph and his wife probably.
No, it was
right? Oh no, because it's like
it
the
was
7
Ava.
people first, and then it's the countdown after that.
Yeah, it was
Ava and Hideyoshi.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope we get more explanations on how the riddle is like specifically, because that's interesting to me. You dirty.
Canon realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture. Indifferently like Canon, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain.
Yeah, that was his like hypocrisy, right?
Yeah.
Was that he was so attached to her despite saying that he was not supposed to be attached to anything.
Canon is legit the Anakin of this story.
Yeah, kind of.
The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love, and she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no reason other than it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys, meant only to distract her from her boredom.
Damn.
What will you do, Canon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice, see? I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday.
Is he gonna do it though?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
I actually don't remember.
That's not possible.
Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Cannon and laughed indecently. That's right, she'd predicted Cannon's submission even before he'd made that decision himself. Cannon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Cannon to make. See, he is Anakin. He flipped.
No!
He flipped.
Yeah. But it's platonic Anakin.
Yeah. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face,
Oh my god.
then laughed with a voice filled to burst.
She's weird, though.
At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for.
AKA being freaky.
AKA being freaky.
Her favorite emotion is freak.
Is Umi-Frico.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist.
When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor.
Hooray!
Rosa had
No!
bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. And that had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently an iPad child. She'd been on TikTok for more than... She kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. Oh god, she just likes the colors.
Yeah.
She watches Cocomelon.
Oh my god.
At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness.
Get the fuck up, Bat! Get
Okay.
the fuck up!
Well, that's a big yawn. Did you get up really early this morning?
Well, something like that. Now that all the tension's gone, I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain.
Tension? You call freaking out like that tension?
At least it is for me.
Oh.
Badleg gave another great yawn and slowly laid down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be.
He's eepy. My, they say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a rack roll.
Stop kidding around. Goto-san said we'd be having calf steak tonight. That'd make it mackerel steak.
Kumasawa-san, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket? Here you go.
Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a bit chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up like a turtle.
He's eepy.
Really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? And wake up. I'll wake you.
Nah, can't say I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me. And if you don't, just let me sleep forever. Night.
Battler's sleeping? A nap? A nap? I'll do it too! Hey, Maria, Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa-san, could you give us another blanket?
It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up a camp again in front of the TV.
Sheesh. And just when we'd finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years. This guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he?
I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch, and there's even a typhoon and rain outside now. Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet.
I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right?
Oh, he's just like me. No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? At times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage.
You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You gotta move forward by yourself and get up on the stage.
That's not what I mean. I'm trying to say it's not my turn yet. Sorry, I'm sleepy. My mind's a mess. Give me a break.
No kidding. So sleepy you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now.
Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. I got serious issues with what Balor's saying.
He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously.
It's just that lack of guts. You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character. Something about it just pisses me off.
With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the grey rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget.
So it wasn't your turn yet, is that it? Then just when will you get up on the stage? In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Meh?
Oh, rip. No battler.
Whoa.
Oh, are they about to start yapping?
Oh, just kidding.
Dang, it's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all this? It's all screwed up.
I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 18 or 19 people. I just tried changing my opening move, no more. Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board. So, all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen, like this.
Oh, see, now they're expanding the metaphor.
Isn't
there you
opening
go.
the road for the queen on your first turn one of the classic moves in chess?
Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in walking right through the entrance hall, you say? Don't mess with me.
What's this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up right at the start?
You bastard. Don't mess with me. Like hell I'd give in. Great move. Go ahead and just move however you like. Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation while you still can. I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right. Just now it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with that little show, making it only look like you'd fixed it with magic. Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. It's all useless. It's all useless.
Oh, Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct?
Who cares about that? That was a hallucination or a trick. Or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem.
So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial. I see. Is that your move in response to mine? You've done your own grave, Ushinomiya Battler. It still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun. The turn of the witch.
Oh, that's the name of the chapter.
Did you? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
Battler had you poopy.
Dude, I miss him. Where's my guy?
What do you mean? He was
He's
just
EP.
there.
But now he's EP and he's gonna be gone forever. He was only there for like 2 seconds.
Oh my gosh. Can I use the restroom real quick?
Okay.
Oh.
I gotta pee.
Okay, you wanna go on bake?
I drank a lot of water. I gotta pee.
True.
I
Go
gotta pee.
pee. Go bake. Go wait till Blake. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
What?
I was asking if we should go on break.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, break time. Wait. We're back.
Okay.
How does Battler snore?
He's definitely a honk shoe guy, I think.
George is definitely the.
I think Jessica just straight goes like she's a loud ass snorer. I could see it.
Hideyoshi definitely has the super nasal with like the whistle.
God.
Just fucking like...
God. Yeah.
Kinzo mumbles and talks in his sleep.
Not on my feet, Beatrice. Oh.
Bro, what?
What?
Maria snore honk ooh.
Stick it in me, I'm an American.
What?
Fire. Beatrice, could I top tonight?
No.
No.
The answer has never been.
Fire.
When they okay. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, and all of them scattered at once, we were swallowed up by the vast mansion. It created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain.
Oh. Thunder. Ah.
Nope, I haven't met a person like that, even once. Aniki?
I haven't met them. Kyrie-san, is that true? Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji-san, and I saw her go up to the second floor.
So it'd probably be faster to find Genji-san and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn.
The mystery woman had spoken to Kyrie. Without naming herself, she'd sneered at Kyrie that Kyrie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And there was her lookalike, the witch in the portrait.
Oh my god.
My
my
chair
God.
is so squeaky.
Oh. Look at her manspreading.
Wow.
Her
She's
pussy
hot.
face. Her pussy face
No,
in the world.
she's not manspreading. She's
She's got
ankle
the
crossing.
yeah, she's got the leg over leg.
Oh.
Was this person trying to say she was the witch of the portrait herself?
I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife.
Aniki, you really don't know anyone like that.
You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion.
That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem's what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice. If she starts calling herself the manager of Father's assets.
Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand that she get a share of the inheritance. Either way, we've had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck. Did Nissan bring her here? Or did Father?
This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner Anarchy in our talks. But this takes us back to square one.
I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around, dear. But it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter-strategy.
Yeah, better to have some time to prepare than to have that blonde-haired Nei-chan suddenly appear at the dinner table and scare the shit out of us.
Until we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make. What could she be after?
Isn't it obvious? She's going to claim that she's the rightful heir to Father's inheritance. Father is still captivated by Beatrice. If he had a daughter with her, you can bet that he wanted to leave all his fortune to her. She might even thrust some strange will in front of us. If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter or half of it. But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance till that's settled. We can't have that. I can't, and neither can you, Rudolph. And the same goes for Rosa, right?
You know, I just realized what's interesting about this is that even though, yeah, this is, like, shaking up the situation significantly, like, her being there as, like, a present person, I'm assuming, because, you know, obviously the game doesn't want to give us a direct answer of is magic actually real or not. Because, like, technically magic can still not exist and purgatory can be, like, outside of that. Because I'm assuming Battler's the type to be like, well, the first time you were probably just a human, but you were hiding away from everybody. You know? Because I guess I was just thinking about that during the break. Because I was like, how is he denying all this still? But I guess it's because, like, from his perspective, like, you know, maybe Beatrice is just another person who's in purgatory with them. Or some shit like that.
I think in his head, he's gone through some kind of trauma, and he's just trying to, like basically going through the stages of grief, and he's in denial.
Well, yeah, I mean, plus he wouldn't want to accept that, like, he's the reason that everybody is dead. You know?
Well, I don't think it's ever implied. I think...
Well, that's what Beatrice, like, sort of makes him want to feel, because she's like, oh, you should have believed in me because, you know, that's why, like, blah, 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 blah.
Well, at this point, everyone else is already in the Golden Land, right? Because it already happened.
No, the Golden Land is something else. They're in purgatory.
No, the Golden Land is purgatory.
Oh, then...
Yeah.
I feel like that was never specified.
I mean, it was implied.
I assumed that's where the Tea Party was.
Yeah, the Tea Parties are in purgatory, and the Tea Parties are in the Golden Land. So the Golden Land equals purgatory.
Then we might need to slow it down a second so you can explain this to me, because I don't understand why. Like I thought the whole thing was that you know, the people who are sacrificed can't go to the Golden Land, right?
Yeah.
But didn't she sacrifice all of them? Then how did they end up there?
I mean...
Well, wait, is that even true? Because she keeps saying, oh, don't worry, everyone will be alive in the Golden Land, but that's not true?
Yeah, the narrator said that that's not true because she was lying or whatever.
Then if I'm lying, then Purgatory and the Golden Land are two different things.
Yeah, because I remember, remember the narrator was talking about Shannon and Beatrice and how Beatrice was telling her about the Golden Land, but she'll never actually get to go there because she's gonna kill her. So, because I, you know, Golden Land is supposed to be like the good thing that happens if she carries out the ritual or whatever. It's supposed to be like her big promise. So, I think that's the only way that like this makes sense, right? Or am I tripping?
I mean, well, I guess I don't know. I'm not too sure on it because the tea parties happen in the Golden Land. That's for sure. Because we saw that at the last part of, you know, episode 1.
Is where the tea party was? Is that different from like when they got the purple spirally and they're in the portal or whatever? Is that a different place?
I mean, it's It looks like a different place, but I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not the lore master. I don't. I don't know a lot.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is that I'm pretty sure that the Golden Land is not something we've actually seen. I'm pretty sure that the Tea Party stuff was like a purgatory situation, because Beatrice was there and everybody was like, "What is this place?" and she didn't correct them. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But I was just checking because you're the UMINEKO master.
I just said I was not.
But you are though. You are.
In this particular group, you are.
You're the master. You're the UMINEKO master.
All right.
You're a super Umi Frico.
Each of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest weak point.
They needed a whole lot of money right now.
Right now!
So, what are they after, Kyrie? Can you guess?
This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right?
Kyrie-san, in a man's business, you sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive. Please understand that.
What is this, Rudolph? You didn't tell Kyrie-san about it?
1 second, I had to readjust my microphone.
You're good.
Damn it. Damn it.
Everyone, do your best Shane impression. Hey, I'm Shane. Hello, everybody. My name is Shane.
Oh, my name is CorporalCanada.
My name is CorporalCanada. My name is Shane Vesper VA.
That reminds me, my other... Oh, fucking turn, you bitch. Where's the...
Hello, everybody. My name is Shane Vesper VA, and I'm adjusting my microphone.
There we go.
All right, Doug.
My other Australian buddy said that I should steal the Folgers logo if I ever... Or Folgers jingle, rather. If I ever do a YouTube channel and do best part of waking up is CorporalCanada.
I like that. That's funny.
That's silly.
I was like, it doesn't make sense.
I like that. I like that.
That always made me laugh.
I love
Wherever you are out there, Victor, I hope you're not dead.
Victor, the stream is dedicated to you, Victor.
Victor!
He used to stream all the time. I used to stream with him, but I don't know. He started drinking a lot, and then I never spoke to him again.
Oh, shit!
Victor, this stream is dedicated to you. We hope you're doing better.
Victor, I hope you're getting
you
therapy.
haven't died of alcoholism and or become a victim of Australian wildlife.
Yeah, true.
That's always a possibility. Jesus.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't really hiding it. Actually, it was kinda...
It's alright. If you decided this wasn't something you needed to tell me about, I won't press you about it right here.
The Nipidos!
Shut up, Jar.
What's more important is finding out what this golden witch is after, right?
Yeah. Now that you know what we know, can we see how the enemy might come at us?
Well, if you flip the chessboard around and if you eat the chess pieces, then you're good.
Rudolph began to throttle his wife for saying the thing again. Rudolph had a certain measure of trust.
No worries.
Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kyrie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune telling. But every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kyrie's advice. For a while, Kyrie pressed her fingers against her forehead, considering.
Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today, she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some way. We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative. However, her coming was kept secret until today, which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her, something we might have done if we'd known beforehand. So her goal is probably something that could be hindered if we were to take measures against her. Understand?
Oh, dude, wait, this could be cool. Because as they have more goes around the game, I'm assuming more and more of them will start actively working against her.
Oh, I wonder if it's also a thing where Beatrice did that to mess with Battler, because Battler's whole thing was the 18th, 19th person. But at the same time, she's now made a direct enemy of everyone else, and maybe didn't think about that.
Yeah, right. And I guess coincidentally, because he's EP, I'm assuming Kyrie is taking the stage at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder what, because Battler's out in the game board, and just he is not doing anything right now, so he's EP.
Yeah, why is he not doing anything? Is there a reason for that? Why did that change?
I don't think it's not his turn. I think that's his whole thing.
Yeah, he literally repeated it in the board. It's just not my turn. It's not my turn. It's not his turn yet.
It's just weird because that implies he has some type of like overarching awareness, you know?
I think
like, why
did
he say that?
I think he has a strategy in mind.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if because the chess pieces of Battler and Beatrice are starting to talk as if they're also aware of the greater game.
I believe in our boy. Okay, that's about.
I'm really curious. I'm just curious if chess piece Battler is aware or not, because it's starting to seem more likely.
Does chess piece Battler know his sister is a fucking, or his cousin is a fucking rock star?
I don't know.
That she gets mad puss.
Mad boy puss from Canon.
Wow.
George is the only man who's a top in this.
That's real.
I get it. So if she had a will that father had already written, or something that could prove that she's a blood relative, she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you think she'd announce it beforehand.
That's right. On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer and an expert and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us. If she could.
So the mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that our foe can't win with a frontal assault. Makes sense. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to play it out in the open. If you play it in a roundabout way, it might end up weakening its impact.
Skipping to the conclusion, we could probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise. Something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's minds. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the impact of the shock. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute. In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this.
Oh, actually, wait, I know why Battler's not fucking doing anything, because isn't this normally the part where they would all hang out in the fucking... in the one room, but instead they're doing this now because Beatrice is here?
Yeah, I guess so, but it's also not his turn.
But I'm saying that's why he said that.
Yeah,
because they wanted to talk to him, but now they don't.
I guess so.
Wada.
Oh, and spinning the chessboard around, if that turns the thing, like, literal to metaphorical or whatever, who's going first matters then, because it's white and black. So I wonder if maybe he's not going first this time? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was just answering my own question from earlier, because I guess Game Piece Battler is not sentient. He just said that because he is no longer the subject of attention. So he's like, I'm gonna be lazy. Because if he knew that Beatrice was in the game, like, he would be acting, but obviously he doesn't, so he's EP. Okay, I had to fucking... I'm slow, chat, but I had to path it out for myself.
You've really got brains. Even understanding just this much is really reassuring. In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace.
In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly without rushing things. This is just the very first step in the art of a negotiation. You really can't say you predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this.
My favorite book by Donald Trump.
Wow.
Come on, just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we've got a little leeway to attack, it helps us relax a bit.
What we don't know is how she's connected to Kraus Nissan. Will it be a surprise for Kraus Nissan too, or was he actually the one who called her here in the first place? If it's the latter, that might make things very troublesome.
That's right. Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Nisan would do.
Aniki, let's do this. As long as she can't prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way.
That would be for the best. Already, she's refused to introduce herself to Kirie-san. We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman.
She might even show us proof that she's a blood relative. If she can prove father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do.
It's always possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked. And even if it's real, in order to prove that the person in the document is the person we'd see, we need to check their condition at a hospital. At the very least, it'd be impossible to prove that now on Rokkenjima.
You're right. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. We can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place.
Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Aniki's specialty. We'll be counting on you.
Are you joking? You'll be helping too. We need the money. We need it quickly in a large sum. Our fates are all tied together in this. As if we just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after.
Rudolph and Ava always formed a united front as siblings at times like this, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kyrie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was grey, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden that had the sun shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, as the words Ava said a second ago kept repeating in Kyrie's head.
So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what?
It's just funny that they're flashing
Oh.
back what had just happened.
No matter what should do, Rokkenjima can't be accepted as truth.
There was an odd nuance to those words. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. How many times have I said that? They had access to no public institutions, no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean that right now, on this Rokkenjima, no truth exists at all, and you should probably just kill her? I mean, that everything will now be ruled by lies alone. It almost gave the illusion that we felt the human world of truth, and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Kyrie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. Oh, that's her tie. Okay. I thought she was wearing like a half shirt under the fucking vest thing. It was just like fucking midriff. I was like, I don't remember it being like that sexy, but okay.
I'll be honest, this portrait is way less cool.
I like it.
I like it. I don't know. You made me say, look at it. I don't think it. No, it's not. It's not as portraity, but I like the art.
Mm-hmm.
On this island, which has been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kyrie couldn't think of the smile that appeared on the woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune.
You know, I said earlier, like, the game is still begging the question of, like, is magic even real? But I guess I should have said specifically for the characters they're asking that, because obviously we as the audience know that it is. Because the witches are literally doing magic shit right in front of us. Isn't that Kyrie?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. I get the feeling my chessboard thinking missed a vital premise. One that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion.
Okay, this makes sense, because she's doing, like, basically the opposite of Battler. Because he was like, she has to be human, basically no matter what, which means that any argument related to magic is useless. But Kyrie is like, well, she could be magic, so any argument related to reality is useless. Very, very interesting.
Maria, around lunchtime today, we met her outside, right? A woman. Who was she?
I said it over and over! Beatrice!
Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that?
I've met her every year.
Every year? In this mansion on Rokenjima? I don't know what "oo" means. Is that true?
Yes.
How long have you been meeting her? How many years ago did it start?
I don't know.
You don't know? What do you mean? Was it last year? 2 years ago?
Longer than that.
Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiromiya family mansion existed on this island. So there couldn't have been any other humans than themselves there. And yet, Maria said she'd been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I guess it's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year, and none of us ever noticed it?
Okay, I actually really like how they're doing this now, because it's like, I guess she is proving Battler wrong, because now she's actually there, and people are still asking the same question, is she a fucking witch?
Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence.
What in the
That is it.
What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the rose garden as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared? Maria, the winds roared. Maria, you said you met with her every year. What do you two do when you meet?
We sing songs and learn magic, and I learn how to draw magic circles.
Really? That's incredible. Maria, you often draw scribbles. I mean, magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you that too?
You know what? Beatrice drew examples to teach me. Come on, look. Come on, look.
Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Hold on, Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag? Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things. And while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy.
Look, here! Beatrice drew it!
Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The length of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, and how clean the shape was, by itself wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rockanjima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria.
Maria, does the witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us?
Beatrice is the witch of Rokanjima, so she lives on this island.
So you're saying she's on the island, even on days when it isn't the family conference, right? I don't know what means! Yes or no?
Yes.
What in the... I can't believe it! I can't believe it! How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion, in the rose garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right?
Oh, what? Okay, you know,
Ooh.
this is kind of surprising, actually, that she's the first one to accept it immediately.
Mama? Mama? What's wrong?
Well, she was presented kind of empirical proof.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just interesting because I'm kind of surprised that... What? Actually, I guess I was going to say I'm surprised Maria told her that, but it's also like, I guess, you know, circumstances are different, so she actually cared to ask now that she's here.
Yeah. My head hurts. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear from those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be?
Rosa pulled that Western envelope out of her pocket. So is this like everyone being struck with, like, no, it can't? Is this Battler like controlling people on the game board? Maybe.
I don't think so, because I think when they're referring to like their quote unquote moves, like I think the chess thing is still an overall metaphor, right? I don't think anybody is meant to represent a direct piece. I think it's just
no, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to because everyone has been like, maybe she is real, but then suddenly they're like, no, she can't be real.
Yeah, I guess
because it's such a quick change. So I wonder if that's like a.
Yeah, I guess like in the game in Purgatory, that would perhaps be Battler like talking about skepticism, yeah, and being like, well, you know, I don't think they would instantly believe it, considering the fact that, you know, they know how old the witch is, etc., and then they would debate.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Damn.
It was one of the envelopes that bore the Shiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. And its red sealing wax had been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo held. Which meant this envelope belonged to the Shiromiya family head. In other words, it was from the father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice? Oh, fuck.
It's okay. Why was a woman... I turned into a British man. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it? And why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside?
Is it my turn now?
Yep, it's your turn. Yep, there you
quiet, go. Yeah. A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa. Uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean that this person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance?
I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance while he's still alive. But this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. And I've even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan.
Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it out loud herself at dinner? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that means breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals.
It's gotta be a trap, right?
Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Eva-Nessan and Rudolf Nissan too. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I gulped and put my hand on the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small scream. What? Maria, don't scare me like that. What is it?
You mustn't.
Huh?
In Marie's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine.
Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch.
That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. Of course I keep my promises.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Yes, Mama's a good girl.
That laugh. It isn't cute, so stop it.
Owned.
Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside?
I haven't opened it. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until the time to open it comes. So I'm taking good care of it.
I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria?
I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my teacher says.
I see.
Dude, I just noticed the shape of her her little crown that she wears earlier, right? And I was just thinking, if Beatrice describes herself as the queen piece, does that mean Maria is her king?
No, I don't think it's the king.
Well, her crown is literally the king chess piece. It's identical.
Wait, you're right. That's interesting.
It's like it's the exact same shape. I was also just thinking, her and Battler are the only characters that wear crosses, aren't they?
Yeah, true, because Battler has his upside-down cross.
Yeah, so I guess they'll probably touch on it later, but if we expand the chess metaphor, I'm assuming that Battler is the white king and Maria is the black king.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That's
no
very
cross.
Since
No
she's like, you know,
bitches.
Beatrice is
Oh no, she
#1.
has a cross.
Oh, you're right. I wonder, because I wanted to see what the connection is, because only very few characters have them.
It must be deliberate, right?
I mean, Rebecca's blouse is sort of like the trim is in the shape of a cross, kinda. But I don't know if that counts. Other than her, it's just those three, I guess.
That's interesting. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I just assumed it had something to do with the fact that, you know, she's like her little #1 protege, and she's manipulating Maria more than anybody. So I was like, I guess it makes sense that, you know, she would be the king, right? Because since her belief in Beatrice is so strong, she needs it to stay that way.
Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch.
I'll keep my promise, so tell Beatrice not to worry, okay?
I'll tell her.
Hey, Maria, if I wanted to speak to Beatrice, how would I meet her?
I don't know. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always appears suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But you know, she's always watching me. So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards.
See, dude, protect the king!
She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me.
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that?
Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. It put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had arisen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that at least until they left this island,
Not like that.
she would not leave Maria alone.
My bad, not like that.
She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer.
Oh, UMINEKO no Nakahori.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal
Alchemist. Holy crap, it's now 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock! Guys, it's almost 6 o'clock here.
Wow.
That's crazy, dude.
Nice docks, bro. People know our time zone now.
I literally put my time zone on my schedules.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, people have to know when it starts. Maria still hasn't come back. I wonder if she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again.
Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, and Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd be getting scolded at this time. All this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start.
What is that word?
I've never
Anime.
It did kind of flashbang me mentally. I was like,
Anime.
that's not what we're doing here.
Nothing about this is anime.
No.
No, nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor.
Maybe Battler-sama woke up and they've been playing together.
After all, Maria-chan thinks Battler-kun is a new friend. She must have a lot of fun when she played Halloween with Battler-kun at the airport.
Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself.
Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit.
That's true. I get the feeling Battler-sama was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago.
Shannon, do you remember what he was like then?
Yes, because he was, well, very energetic.
I also remember the 4 of us playing together 6 years ago. Shannon acted a lot like a big sister back then.
That's right. I get the feeling she was even more dependable than she is now. But back then, I, didn't truly understand my place, so, I did quite a few rude things.
Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense. When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking your break in with us like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly, just like the old days.
That's right. There's nothing wrong with acting differently, depending on whether you're the servant Shannon or off-duty Sayo. You aren't a slave, you're just working as a servant, right? I think of you, Shannon. No, Sayo, as my oldest friend. Thank you very much, milady.
It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Cannon's history from the both of them. Apparently George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, rainy sky.
Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his way of thinking.
Come on, quit it already. Well, I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice. You know, after watching you two, I might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling like I was getting left behind. But forget about me. More importantly, how's it going between you two? Looks like it's going pretty good, huh?
I wonder.
Yes, it's going very well.
Yeah, George!
Shannon was at a loss for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. The carefree attitude it made easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly it'd make anyone envious.
Dang, I'm jealous. So, does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon?
I wonder.
Oh, there's a good question. I wonder where she'll stay. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes. Well, say, yes, thank you, that's enough. I never know how to do that as the narrator when they do that in this shit. I have a dream. I don't just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain and business. I also dream of building a happy family together with a partner I can spend my life with. I want 2 kids at the very least. It's nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family. And many more things besides that. I often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing. Though every time I do, she always laughs and says, I'm getting ahead of myself. For some reason, even at the age I'm at now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age. With healthy grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place. If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that, together with Shannon forever.
Oh, what the fuck, George? Yeah, you're definitely getting ahead of yourself. But how should I say it? It sounds like you, George D-san.
Being surrounded by a family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family I painted in my mind is something like that.
To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had the masculine urge to be a grandfather, had absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely one of the most fit to entrust that friend's future to.
Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you gonna do about Aunt Ava? You want to be pretty
Kill
tough
her.
to win her over? Thanks, narrator. Ah, or kill her.
There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one but me gets any say in who I choose to be my partner. I will bring Shannon happiness. Whose permissions do I need for that?
Whoa. George Nissan, that was cool. Can't believe you say stuff that embarrassing out loud. I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past.
As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely.
What does that mean, George?
I don't know what that means, but I said it. I grow as much as anyone. I intend to study more and more, and grow to be the man that Shannon deserves. One who can bring her happiness.
I love George. Fuck.
Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red, and he scratched his head.
George-san.
It's okay. I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. See, I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner.
Awesome. I'm jealous of you, Shannon. Seriously.
I'm very grateful that you're willing to go so far.
Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here. Maybe I'd better leave, huh? A ring.
Oh shit, no, stop doing magic noises! I don't like it. As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Oh, it's a phone. Okay, good.
What did you think it was?
I thought it was miscellaneous magic noise. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she had spent too much time on her break.
I'm sorry. I forgot it was time for work. Then, if you will excuse me.
At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room. Shannon, again, at the usual time, usual place?
Yes. Excuse me. Hello, it's Jessica. Ah, Genji-san. Yeah, Shannon's going back to you guys now. We held her up, so please don't scold her. Yeah. Yes.
I see. So it's almost time for them to get ready for dinner.
Hooray, dinner!
Come on, George, change into your swag outfit.
Change into your swag right now.
Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily.
Oh!
The number of plates lined up there.
Number 19, jump scare.
Yeah, every time I see
Give
19,
it
I
up
get
for number 19.
Dude, if Battler is still sleeping and he misses dinner, I'm gonna, like, punch through my monitor.
Hey, Battler, do you know what's funnier than 18?
19!
19.
That's fire.
That was one more that should have been set up for the annual family conference.
You guys get to be servant boys.
I can't accept it. Why can't I deliver it directly? Koda-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened.
Kinzo and food with no YouTube.
Of course, Koda-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he put his heart and soul into his cooking. But Master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the Golden Eagle crest enter his study. So while Koda-san would be able to greet the Master from outside the study, not once he had been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Koda-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was the newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the Golden Eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor.
Can you imagine what damage that will do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Wait.
Apparently,
Never mind. Go ahead.
Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same.
What the? What?
I'm going to shoot myself.
Literally, this all could be fixed if they added the character names. It all could be fixed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Koda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. After all, he was an extremely vain person. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply couldn't wait, so how would she know this? I'm confused.
I mean, they probably just talked about it or something.
Because they're all the servants. Isn't her job coordinating the serving of
so.
meals?
I don't know.
I thought it
He
was.
simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Cat-san had gone in his place.
I mean, I would just expect them to be talking about their work regardless. It's all they do.
He truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. The Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Koda-san didn't wear the Golden Eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Koda-san lost his patience. So heart-rending, Koda-san.
I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows.
Kumasawa-san, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please get the dining hall ready. Is the tablecloth set?
I knew this guy was a
My
dick, dude.
apologies.
He's always been a dig.
Yeah. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa-san slid out into the hall.
Well, because they just described him as like being kind of lazy, low key. We didn't know. I didn't know if he was like personally just a bad person, but no, he doesn't give a fuck about the people he works with either.
Well, no, he's lazy about everything that isn't cooking, because that's
Yeah.
So like the servant work, he doesn't give a shit about. And,
That's my specialty.
yeah.
Fuck you.
I mean, if I got hired as a cook and they were like, "You got to make beds," I'd be like, "That's not what you hired me for."
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself.
No, that's what I do. The same thing at work when people are like, "Can you set up this doctor's appointment for me?" No.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Beatrice Sama is of exactly the same rank as the master. All rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master. Goda-san, please devote your attention entirely towards your own task and serve all the relatives.
I wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji-san, but is it really okay to let a child like this serve such a guest? If she made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing. I know they've served here a long time, but that doesn't mean they've been trained in the proper areas. If you'll allow me to speak freely, they are completely lacking in the fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest.
Uh-oh, I heard I died.
Gerda
wiener.
spoke bluntly, but even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry a dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the Golden Eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. The highest ranked, Genji, went to the table in Kinzo's room. Then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Gerda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Kana. Gerda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now,
Damn.
making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that.
You know, I guess now that we're getting more into the servant stuff, I guess Kennan's like depression and like his mentality is a bit better framed considering he is literally the lowest ranked.
No, Gerda's the lowest
Goda's
ranked.
the lowest ranked.
I thought he was ordering Cannon around and shit in episode 1, like at the very beginning.
Well, I mean, because
Because it had to do with the food service.
Yeah. Or
Dude,
and
it's-
he also does that because he's insecure about his rank, so he tries to
Oh, he's trying to be
Yell at
be
them.
big man. He's trying to
Yeah.
be him, but he's not him.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
He's not that guy, pal.
He's not that guy.
Dude, it's so hard. Why is this shit like over 100 hours? It's so hard to remember things from forever ago.
Yeah.
It's so big. It's so large. In my brain!
It's so big.
Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Cannon's voice from behind her. Cannon had begun leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all this. He began to rap. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way.
I've got to say it. The man's scum.
But we could learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him. Goda-san has learned so much, so he'd be a great reference.
Nissan, you sure are nice.
More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Beatrice-sama as they say?
Yes. I met her when I went to serve her lunch. There can be no doubt it's her.
Really? Was she doing well?
Cannon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish her relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looks like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Cannon already knew that witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her.
More flashy back here.
Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power?
Bless you.
I heard to sneeze.
Thanks.
And she said something else, too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love while fully aware they would fail. And she said even more, she definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened.
I'm doing the wind.
Yeah, I'm starting to remember, because I believe the Golden Land stuff was like, you only get to go if you all believe, right? Which is why she fucking killed them all and then yada yada.
You can't see me. The time is now.
Shannon, she's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the Master, and you can bet it'll be something too horrible to imagine. And no one will be able to resist.
What are you talking about?
She came here. She came here as the Master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. She definitely said that to me.
In the past, the two of them as furniture working for Kinzo had been told what opening the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. And because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief.
Whoa!
How could... Why? Why now?
Didn't I tell you? We are furniture! Because you acted like a human. Because of love. You're incapable of obediently accepting the day our service comes to an end.
Once, I wished this day would come, but it never came. Year after year, I didn't know how long we'd be forced to endure the suffering as furniture. So I thought that day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity.
I thought the same thing, but I believed that it would definitely come someday. So I never forgot that I'm furniture. But Nason, you did forget!
It's my fault, isn't it? It was I who...
Yeah, it's your fault, Nason. If only you hadn't experienced love, we'd both be happy that this day has finally come! You built up too many pointless regrets. Even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday.
Will the ceremony begin tonight?
Yes. And she said one more thing. Tonight, George Sama will probably give you an engagement ring, Nason.
That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today. Wait, never mind. I thought that was me.
And surely he would hand it over tonight. I didn't get it either.
She brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the Second Twilight. Get it? She tempted you and took advantage of you!
I see. I never thought of that.
But she told me. She promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, you won't be chosen as a sacrifice, Nason. I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim.
Oh, that's fucked up!
There will be 13 sacrifices. Only 5 will be left alive. The chances of us being part of that group are tiny. But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise. I want to take that bet. Our salvation is in the Golden Land. We're gonna reach that place and gain humanity. And then, I want to live life as a human, together with you, Ne-san! If we do that, we might be able to find true love.
In the past, we used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land. If we go there, any wish will be granted. We'll be saved from this pain. That's what we believed.
Or you could just quit. You're over 18 at this point. Just fucking leave. Ugh!
Yeah, oh yeah, okay, see, they offered more further explanation. Now I'm thinking, in the tea party, was it exactly 5 people who were there? Because it was all the cousins, Battler George, Jessica, Shannon was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shannon and Cannon were both there, but they were not part of the last 5 people left alive, which means that was not the Golden Land, right? The tea party?
Perhaps.
Because if only 5 people make it, then that can't be true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Is this still her or is this me?
I think this is, I believe this is, you.
However, in this ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Cannon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant this ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, so no matter what happened.
I don't like it. Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured. I won't become a sacrifice. Ne-san and I will remain alive, and we'll reach the Golden Land together. So I won't let you become the sacrifice of the second Twilight! Please, Ne-san! Don't accept that man's ring! If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice!
I cannot do that. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't let me refuse it.
Ne-san, the sacrifices of the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims. And that witch has promised to overlook just you, Ne-san. You alone will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land.
Only me? What about you, Kanan-kun?
The witch's game is enough for me. I'll slip through her clutches. I am not powerless. I'll tightly grasp that faint chance. After all, our lives are transient, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land. Then, we will gain humanity. And when we've done that, maybe I'll be able to experience romance just like you, Ne-san. Maybe I won't have to make someone cry just because I'm furniture.
Kanan-kun.
I've had enough of being furniture. I'll definitely become human. I'll escape this pain, no matter what!
There were tears in Cannon's eyes. By now, Cannon had noticed Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Cannon's heart without him knowing it.
Yeah, this actually sucks. He's actually having like a kind of a heel turn, so to speak. Where like he's willing to throw everything else out to save him and Shannon.
So I'm telling you, he's Anakin right now, bro.
Yeah.
Shannon, I've been calling to you for some time now.
Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently, he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned back, Cannon had disappeared. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody.
Yes, I'm sorry for being careless.
I entrusted Cannon with lunch, but it should have been you, as the next in rank after me, who carried it. Beatrice Sama is the most honored guest of this house. There is no more honored guest than her. Please think of her as another master, and be polite.
Please take extra care that you make no blunders, do you understand? It is quite painful to entrust this to someone as inexperienced as yourself, but there's nothing we can do about the house rules. Carry out your duties with the utmost of care. Goda had officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this as one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the Golden Eagle and had to give up.
And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude? Or one of grief? Or else... what? I don't know.
Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh.
The person knocking was Kraus.
Father, today is our annual family conference. Haven't the siblings gathered here just to get a glimpse of you? Oh my god.
Be silent! I say I won't leave! You're there too, aren't you, Genji? Why haven't you had my food brought here as I ordered you to?
Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus.
Your meal has been prepared so that it might be carried to the study. However, Kraus-sama has expressed his wish that you eat downstairs tonight. Father, I'm not asking you to do this every day. Just for this one night, won't you gather with your family?
Who are you calling family? Since when have you considered vultures circling in wait for roadkill to be family? Would you call rotting oozing maggots family as well?
My.
Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected.
Genji, carry the meal here as you were told. Why don't you listen to what I say? Why? Why?
Genji-san, I leave this in your capable hands. My voice will no longer reach that man.
Well, I'm petting Chucky. I think I scared him.
No, Chucky! I'm sorry!
What, Chucky?
It's just Kinzo!
Why, Chucky?
It's just Kinzo, Chucky!
I'm just acting, buddy.
Yeah, he's just Kinzo!
Yeah, no, he's looking at me like, what the fuck, dude?
Chuck!
He thinks you're schizoing out.
Oh, no.
Oh no, I've talked to that dog about murdering people. It's fine. He knows.
Aw, cute.
I've been like, listen, would you like eat at least part of a body? And he looked at me like, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
I always imagine that because he looks like the type of dog where he would be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. So whenever I look at Chucky, I imagine he's like, how's it going?
I love
I was licking my balls.
Babe, real quick, what day are we going to that birthday party? I'm sorry,
It's the
I know I'm
16th.
break. Yeah, I know. I'm literally typing it out right now, and I'm scheduling other stuff around it. So I just thought I'd ask before I forgot. Me when I derail the stream.
Yeah, but it takes 5 hours there and 5 hours back. So
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
yelling as Kinzo scared him, but because I do the Gilbert Gottfried thing,
That's
in front of him,
okay.
He doesn't care about that. It's the other
fucking,
voice
he's
that
fucking
got him.
scared of Kinzo, dude.
He doesn't like Kinzo,
He
dude.
doesn't like Kinzo.
Chucky's like, nah, I'm the 20th person.
That's fire. That's fire. He's like, he's
it
Beatrice's
is.
little lapdog.
Wow.
He's like, hi, I'm Chuck.
Oh my god.
Speaking of real quick, I should probably actually let him out.
Let him pee.
Well, yeah, let me go take the dog to pee real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Let him freaking pee.
Kraus gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back on the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door.
Master, we have finished preparations for your meal to be carried here. Shall we bring some food for Dr. Nanjo as well?
Nanjo could be seen in the study. Because Kinzo had forcefully pestered him into finishing the long-lasting chess game, they had been playing against each other since earlier the evening. Nanjo had announced as the doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was magic he couldn't understand and was skimming it.
Kinjo-san, you won't think of a good move just by folding your arms and sitting in front of the board. Perhaps we had better take a break and refresh our minds.
However, today was completely the opposite.
I am also hungry. Shall we suspend the game here? I want to get some McDonald's. Besides, I've used my head so much without a break that I'm already feeling dizzy. At this rate, I might not be able to perform at my best.
Okay, now. Okay.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I had a layer.
Now that won't do. In chess, both players must always make their best moves. Any other sort of move is merely a nuisance to consider, ruining a game whose focus is predicting your opponent's thoughts.
That is literally not how official chess works, bro. You need a timer.
I think this is his anti-official chess.
His super special chess.
Such a thing considerably reduces our enjoyment.
Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If that opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game, there's no getting around it.
True, the goal of chess is for both players to make the best possible moves and aim for victory. It's an intellectual game where reading your opponent is key. Thank you, Nanjo. But Kinto-san, have you forgotten that there's another goal besides victory?
You don't read your opponent, you read the possible outcomes. You read your opponent for maybe like the first 5 moves.
Nah, you just really like your opponent a lot.
Yeah, no, like chess is like 90% forethought.
Yeah.
That's why I'm bad at it.
What other goal could there possibly be?
He just kisses him. To think that you found people.
That's not what I signed up for, bro.
Old Man Yowie!
I don't like Old Man Yowie!
Dude, no. What about Beatrice?
To think that 2 of our people would forget something like that. Chess is a way to pass the time having fun with a friend.
You've gotten me there. Would you like to kiss?
I believe I once said those exact words to you long ago.
Seppendia said your tits are whack. I'm gonna ban them.
Oh, don't do that!
I'll take the bullet on that one. I'm the whack tit, okay?
You're the smaller one. It's true. All tits have to have at least one smaller tit.
You just blew my brain out. It's like, oh God, you're right.
See, you
Yeah,
say that,
physically.
but
They can't both be because we're biological beings. They can't both be exactly the same.
Yeah.
They-
Like, it's very common to have one smaller tit. Even if it's just a little bit.
I'm gonna go duct tape my entire body now.
What?
The dysmorphia is happening.
Wow.
Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed.
Wow.
Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in ages.
That's how it is. Now that I've managed to take a shot back at you, what do you say? Will you go down with me and have dinner? Why don't we discuss Kasparov's middle game along with some coffee? Will you say yes? Oh.
An appealing proposition, but I'm afraid I must decline. I can no longer leave this room. After all, the ceremony has begun.
okay. I bet in the last part he'll come down.
Is that so? Well, my stomach is growling. I will go downstairs. Anytime you feel like it.
Nanjo, thank you.
Oh, what could you be thanking me for?
We didn't finish our match. However, it seems I have somehow achieved that second goal of chess, which I had forgotten. And it would appear that goal is no less important than achieving checkmate.
This isn't like you. Why so sentimental?
Guys, he had fun.
You said
Wow.
it yourself, did you not? My days in this world are numbered. Now, go. And don't come to this room again. Let us continue this match in the Golden Land.
That's fine with me, but we'll have to start over. Losing that rook is
That's actually a good
serious
joke.
blow.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
That was actually all right.
All
You
right, but
continue with your
fuck.
crazy head of mine. We're just gonna have to fucking start the game again.
Yeah, maybe this is some crazy old man yaoi. They've got chemistry.
Yeah, or just genuine friendship.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, then
Probably
I will
that.
see you later. Oh, okay, King.
Yes, later. Maybe in the Golden Land or in Purgatory.
Sorry, I was tying my hair.
Or possibly in the next world.
Bye.
Nonjo didn't say anything beyond that. And with a motion made by smooth familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto-lock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study.
You know, actually, this makes me think. In the first version of events where he was murdered and everything, I guess everybody assumed that how did they get into the room because he never leaves? But like, bro, what if he did leave and that's how he got killed?
Yeah, I mean that was the theory in the first one that he left. That's
Yeah,
how he
but
got
everybody
killed.
like immediately dismissed it.
Immediately,
They were like, that would never
Immediately he's
happen.
like, Beatrice, I'm calling you out.
Oh shit! She just threw
Oh,
him. She just
that
threw him
was
in
a
the furnace.
mistake.
She fucking Sweeney Todd him into the
Oh
furnace.
no, she like Peter Griffins him down the stairs into the furnace. Like,
Yeah, and then she looks at the camera and goes, "Freaking sweet."
Real.
just from in the furnace.
Yeah.
Fire.
As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall.
If you are ready, master, I will now carry in your dinner.
It's an old man three-way.
Yes.
It may be my final dinner. I must savor it. Please prepare it.
As you wish. And are your preparations complete as well, master?
Indeed. In the time leading up to this day, this room has been carefully wrapped in a multitude of barriers. Even if a roulette chooses me, I
Oh.
will definitely repel it.
Okay, I understand. That's why he got so fucking obsessed with magic, because he wants to be able to protect himself so he can go to the Golden Land with Beatrice.
Yeah.
Then he's going the like defense turtle route.
Yeah, because he's trying to make sure he wins the game.
Over in the corner, KBD away from.
He's like, please don't kill me so I can smash, please.
Please.
Please tell me you can do that in the fighting game, Bree. Can I play as
I don't know.
KBD?
You could.
Fucking Beatrice.
Unfortunately, I don't think he's one of the playable characters. Which
Really?
is quite sad.
Everyone
that
else
sucks.
but Kinzo?
Well, because remember, at least to my limited knowledge, the fighting game Golden Fantasia takes place after the entire story.
Oh, I see.
And obviously after this game, the story becomes way more about other characters.
Right.
Plus, to be honest, he's one of the characters that I think would be hard to turn
Is
into.
there a whole ass new cast in the next part?
Oh yeah, Shane, this is 2 games.
Oh my god!
No, dude, I don't really know anything that happens.
I don't know
that
anything either, because I finished this first game.
Oh god!
Oh
Yeah.
no, he's dying. You killed
Both
him.
of us really don't know a lot. We just know that after all 4 of these parts, there is literally a second game with more parts, and shit gets crazy.
Crazy.
All right. Well, this is gonna be I think this is the longest series I've ever indulged into. Then.
Yeah, I mean the whole
Except maybe
series is
Breaking Bad.
That real.
Supposedly the whole series is like over 100 hours easily.
Well, we gotta get through those hours, guys. We should continue.
Go fuck yourself, Ash.
All
That
right.
was funny, though.
Oh god, it's sorry. I'm just like, hating doing old man voice today. Okay. Oh, I will remain alive, and I will surely become one of those who reach the Golden Land. I shall repulse the visit of the Reapers trying to drag me off to the land of the dead.
Wow.
Oh. Knock knock. Who's there?
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, this is Beatrice's room.
I have
Yep.
come to serve you your meal.
Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, gazing out into the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch.
So, it is Shannon this time. How long it's been? Oh, your face isn't nearly as pale as it once was. I can see you're no canon. I hardly recognize you. Thank you very much.
Shannon solemnly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up, and she didn't know where to start. Her head was also jumbled up, and she didn't even understand her own emotions. She could only do her job just passionately, with everything still vague. However, the witch saw that what was in her heart. You can't hide anything from a witch.
I won't apologize. I am a witch after all. Apologize for what? Come now. Canon must have told you about it. I only rescued your love life because of my mischievous spirit. It was nothing more than a seed I sowed so I could watch your love grow complicated, become twisted, and fail. I imagine some people think it's more fun to hear about love than to have it. You couldn't possibly be trying to thank me, right? I am. No matter what kind of ulterior motive you have when you gave me the magic of love, it doesn't change the fact that I received it from you. So even if you sowed that seed knowing that the two of us wouldn't be able to stay together for life, I won't hold a grudge against you. It seems furniture is dull after all.
Damn, I can't believe she's unhappy with that.
This is where I show my skill by cooking it into
She
something
does want the
interesting.
extreme emotions.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's just a complete fucking psychopath, you know? Like, she just literally wants to see people suffer.
I don't understand what you're thinking, Beatrice-sama. You are a great witch, and people like us don't even reach your feet. Nor can we even imagine your grand thoughts. But there is at least one thing I can say. What is it? Thank you for teaching me to be human. You said it yourself. I am no longer furniture. Be silent, furniture.
I knew she'd do this.
If you were a true human, hearing the announcement of your death on the day that you were to receive an engagement ring should have you dancing around, mad with grief. But what are you doing? Your face looks so enlightened, as though you've accepted everything. Truly an anticlimax, furniture. No, I am not furniture. Be silent, furniture. I won't be silent, because I'm not furniture. Are you saying you won't obey my orders? Furniture obeys orders, but a human decides for herself whether to obey orders or not. So I won't obey your orders.
Dude, get fucking owned, indomitable human spirit.
God damn. I know, but I'm hearing My Hero music in my head right now.
I take back what I said. You really are interesting. If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably would have allowed the ceremony to control your fate without clinging to any emotions. But now you've grown to become something truly interesting. Something that will entertain me to no end. That is well. For I am not fond of boredom. Dinner is ready. Here you go. Doesn't this look delicious? If Goda makes it to Golden Land, perhaps I shall commission him as my chief cook. I heard from Canon-kun something about how, if I rejected Georgetown's proposal, you promised not to make me a sacrifice. Indeed. I said as much. You would make an ideal potential sacrifice for the second Twilight. But because Canon cried and screamed, asking that I spare you, I graciously listened to his words. With the condition that you abandon your engagement, of course. See how gracious I am. What a foolish offer. And what a foolish threat. So, you used that to thoroughly bully Canon-kun, did you? Huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going, going. I'm thinking.
I'm acting my heart out right now.
I feel like Annie and I both have our hands on our heads. Just like, holy shit, dude.
So you comprehend.
Apparently, Shannon had seen through it. She apparently had guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Cannon with that horrible promise as bait.
I made him crawl in the carpet and kiss my shoes. And that's not all. Do you want to hear the other ways in which I humiliated him?
Shannon silently shook her head.
I finally come to understand you. You like to bully, confuse, and trouble people, and you do it to entertain yourself. So now I know for sure the one single way I can resist you. And what might that be? I don't care about you. I'll carry out the fate that has been given to me. That's all. I won't entertain you. I don't care about you.
The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. Holy shit. It disappeared immediately. But when the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for a second.
I see! So you might resist me in that way! How amusing! How truly entertaining! I'll kill you! You and your lover both! If that's the fate you've decided upon, do as you will. I won't be afraid, and I won't stand against you. After all, I don't believe the cruel fate that's coming is something controlled by your will. We humans know nothing about fates that might come to pass in the future. That's why I'll live to the fullest until the last instant, following my convictions and the fate set before me. Fate is just a roll of the dice. There's no malice in it. Even if you claim there is, I won't believe it.
That's why Shannon's my goat.
Oh, so even though you've quit being furniture, you have no fear of death. It seems you believe this will bore me, but you couldn't be more wrong. The thought of seeing whether you can hold on to that view until the last moment merely serves to intrigue me more and more. I can't stand this. Why did you take the form of a human, appear in front of us, speak with human words, and ridicule us? If you hadn't appeared in front of us, if you hadn't predicted the future, we would have been able to live life to the fullest until the last moment. That's what witches do. I live off your fates, reigning as a high-order being that does over lower-order things. Your fates are nothing more than fragments.
Wow, Higurashi reference. Anyway, fragments are little bitty worlds, basically. Like in Higurashi, to my knowledge, they do world hopping or like timeline hopping.
I don't think. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's a reference. I think she's just using it as a metaphor to say you are less than something small.
But fragments was capitalized with an F. Like fragments as a noun.
Yeah, because that's she's saying that's what they are.
Anyway, that would be really cool if that was a Higurashi. Anyway, Higurashi is the game that came before this one, Shane.
I don't know. Okay. I guess it could be, but
see, if I cut my hands together, I could scoop out as many of those as I want.
Are you biggest Higurashi fan that hasn't read Higurashi?
Yes.
Just like how no matter what the beef cows I raise might babble, it doesn't change the fact that I'll be having them for dinner.
You raise beef cows.
We are powerless,
English, of course.
so we cannot fight against your ceremony or fate.
No, she is a bit Brahmy, ain't it? Yeah.
But I can make you unhappy right now. Oh. And how are you planning to accomplish this?
She whips out the strap.
By walking, by walking away from this place right now. No matter how I respond to your words, it will only amuse you. Refusing to respond to your questions is my only method of resisting you. I see. You might be able to take a shot at me, but you cannot defeat me, yes? I have the power to kill anyone for eternity. I cannot wait to see whether you can keep up that resistance. An endlessly repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Don't you forget it, okay? You spoke those words yourself. Well then, if you will excuse me, if you need anything, please call me.
Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. Which that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the witch called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before.
Canon thanked me. Can't you? Can't you thank me for bringing you the day of rest? Furniture may be happy when the day of rest comes, but I am a human, so I have nothing to thank you for. Is that all you have to say? You plan to accept George's ring, yes? Don't forget that if you do, I will abandon the promise I made with Canon, the promise that you would not be selected as a sacrifice. If you need anything else, I'll have someone else come. If you will excuse me.
A flat-out interruption. Shannon still hadn't answered her, and the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought. Because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Canon submit, even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end. Whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time.
I see. So, the state of affairs is amusing after all. Perhaps I really am still young. This is why I haven't tired of life after 1,000 years.
Sorry, I got struck by lightning. Oh,
Yeah,
Full
dude,
Metal Alchemist!
Shannon's pretty cool.
She's
Yeah,
my
I gotta
goat.
say
She's
that-
my goat for real.
I think
Wait.
what's
Do you see Jesus in the rain?
what?
In the middle of the rain, there's like a long cloak wearing looking dude.
Nah,
with his
man,
arms
I
out.
didn't see Jesus.
I saw Jesus in
well.
the rain.
I cannot comment on that person. I will get in trouble with my employer.
Good God.
Really?
No.
Christ.
I think what was really interesting about that to me, like, I was kind of focused on Beatrice because, like, she always, like, you know, she's the kind of character that steals every scene that she's in. But what I think is interesting is, like, this is the first time we've ever had to see her grapple with legitimately making a mistake. Because she thought, like, this would be her big W. This would be, like, you know, how she would set herself up for a win. Because, you know, I guess both her and Canon sort of, like, believed in the same thing, right? That because they are servants, at the end of the day, they are still furniture no matter what. But, you know, part of her plan was to make Shannon believe that that's not true, as if that would give her power over her. But no, it gave her autonomy. It gave her the power to resist. And that's what she was trying to teach Canon. But he didn't, he saw making that change within himself as like a weakness, as something that she could exploit. When in reality, no, it gave her self-actualization. And, you know, that would have never happened without her meddling. The love that her and George gained, even if it will be brief, it was real, and that allowed her to, you know, change and grow. And I think what makes this the most interesting is, I think I can now confidently say that she was in love with Kinzo for real, I think. Because, like, I don't know, something about this, it really, really, because she got really upset with what she said in like a deeper way. It seems as if, you know, she already has some inherent views about, like, you know, she definitely thinks all humans to a degree are the same in some kind of negative light. She views them as inferior to witches. So I think that, you know, her, like, trying to get Shannon to, like, still black pill and be like, damn, you know, like, you know, I'm still gonna die, right? Like, this thing that I enjoy won't last. Like, she wants to convince her that love won't last, right? Because of these circumstances. But she's like, no, the love that I got is, like, meaningful enough to me that it doesn't matter. So it seems like projection from her. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
All I know is I have a new respect for that character a million times over. That's
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be
cool as
like
fuck.
more, because I don't know. To be honest, she felt pretty nothing burger for a while. I thought she was sort of gonna stay that way, but no, she's pretty cool, dude.
Well, cause it's cool to me because it's like she was ditzy and like spaced out, but no, she was just actually stoic. Like just didn't have.
Well,
shit
yeah,
to say.
because her view on herself was so different that it changed every way that she behaved. You know, because when she did think of herself as inferior, she had no confidence or will to really do anything.
She passes the what is it, the Bechdel test? What is it?
The Bechdel test.
Yeah.
Wow.
She passes
Technically
the I'm
she
a
didn't
person
because they
test.
talked about a man.
But they also talked about her autonomy. So
Yeah, but the Bechdel test is two women in a scene having a conversation that is completely unrelated to a man, and that did not happen.
No, in the beginning, she was talking to the old lady servant about cleaning.
real.
So
That
real.
wasn't about a
So
man.
real.
That was about cleaning.
Real.
So technically already done.
Real.
This was most fabulous part of family conference.
Yes, new narrator accent unlocked.
No.
Comrade narrator.
In past when Kinzo.
No. Put him away. Put him away.
Oh, dude. That'll be next season.
This was
Yeah, part
most
three, that's for part
fabulous. love translation. Love the translation.
Oh god, I can't stop doing it now.
Oh, no.
It's in my
dude.
head. That's so funny. Okay. In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he'd taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinner very seriously. Because anything embarrassing that occurred during the dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as the host. He had given Natsuhi stern orders to avoid embarrassments at all costs. Oh, so that's why she's so on it.
Yeah.
Because of that, she and Kraus eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they became able
They became able to serve wonderful dinners.
To serve, able to serve. Where are the twos?
They became able to serve wonderful dinners. Then they would remember. They would make it so easy.
Yeah, right.
Thanks to that, they became. Fuck.
Why are you hiding behind us?
I was leaning back in my chair.
They became able to serve wonderful
Yeah.
dinners. They could be confident in. Okay. Oh, Jesus, that messed me up real bad. But by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in his study and never appeared for dinner. Maybe you could call that ironic,
Isn't it ironic?
don't you think? When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further stimulating everyone's appetites.
So stimulating.
Oh, do we get to do the dinner?
We get to dinner.
That's good. I'll do the other idea I had for Goda. His
Oh,
voice
no.
isn't fun enough.
Okay.
The sauce here is bordelaise, of course.
What is
The
that?
red wine.
I like that.
The red-
That's funny.
The red wine base I used was excellent, even among those made in Bordeaux. In addition, I prepared an original blend of this house.
Dude, chat, you have to remember, part of being a voice actor is having fun. I approve of this direction.
Come on, let me make him Italian.
That's
This is
really
epic.
fucking funny. I mean, he's got the slick back hair, so like.
They're
I
not
guess
already
it
hiring.
works.
A blend of choice alcohol from around the world to further deepen a taste. The sauce is limited this year. I sincerely hope you all enjoy your meal.
Isn't that wonderful? However, isn't bordelaise sauce common to French cooking? You're Italian.
Now, all of a sudden.
Now we're like cousins, you know?
It almost seems like using alcohol from outside France, but that is heresy.
Grouse Summer. Today is the annual family conference. As a dinner for those who normally live far away and who have traveled from far across the world to gather together. I realized it would be most fitting to have a sauce made from a blend of fine alcohols from all over the planet.
Dude, I
And,
like cooking,
never
okay?
met each other before. So I had it especially prepared, huh?
If anything, dude, I think Kraus is the dick. He's being one of those cooking snobs that's like,
You used the wrong technique. This is not traditional to the recipes.
Yeah.
fuck you, you're a cooking fascist. Oh, dude. I love every time this guy's on screen.
I love you, Papa.
Wonderful. A truly wonderful cook. That's what you are.
He's single-handedly bringing back that mustache is what he's doing.
King.
Food and medicine work twice as well if you said it right. It's already twice as delicious as normal food, and the advertising makes it twice as good as that. The taste keeps doubling and doubling.
Come on, Nissan. That question of yours was obviously a plant.
That would also be a perfect Mr. Satan voice.
True.
No doubt about it. You totally set Goda-san up to steal the show about that one.
You think so? I thought there might be some people here who didn't notice that today's food was in the French style.
Oh, blah, blah, blah.
After all, Ava just said that avoiding butter was a virtue, but that's the Spanish style. Well, I guess they do share a border, right?
That's not what I meant. Will you please not take a part of the conversation out of context and make stuff up?
It's a very delicious sauce. Goda, you certainly are amazing.
It's a great honor to receive your praise. And this is all thanks to Madam's habitual guidance.
No, it was all Goda's idea. I only listened to the recipe and approved of it. Wow.
It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce.
Gee, these guys are the worst. Like, are you serious?
At this point, just go to fucking Outback, bro.
Seriously, right? If you're gonna fucking argue at the table, like, you have delicious food in front of you.
Outback!
Goda gets real fucking, like, annoyed at them for next year.
Dude, I'm hella
here's your fucking bloomin' onion!
I'm hella starting to agree with Kinza, to be honest. These guys are pieces of shit.
Fuck those bitches.
Fire.
I think Kinza would be delightful at dinner.
Apparently he was not.
They don't understand him.
Do you think Kinzo would pull my finger, Battler?
Wow.
No, only once he went senile.
Boy, if you dare pull on my finger.
Yeah, just the most high-pitched old man part, yeah.
Why is that such a good bit? I like it. He starts laughing and shit, and he asks for his appy sauce from his nurse.
Oh god, we should do a fucking podcast. We need to get all this energy out.
My
appy sauce, Beatrice. Oh my god, I'm crying. Okay. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh. Fuck.
But for the most part, dinner proceeded peacefully. Yeah. However, a certain question they desperately wanted to ask burned inside each one of them. It was about that visitor, the 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Ava and Rudolph and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no place was set at the dinner table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and the previous experiences told them that it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person shouldn't be kept hidden away until that late, if they were going to be introduced in the end anyway.
Oh my god.
So Eva, Rudolph, and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage.
What the fuck?
The
They really think he would do that?
Well, I mean,
I think they just mean assassin.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not literal, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they mean figuratively.
Yeah.
Yeah, as in like she's the person who's gonna come in and like shake up the situation, not like she's literally gonna kill him.
Yeah.
I mean, she is. Yeah.
Little did Kraus know his assassin. Right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, no, this is okay. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem. Oh wait, is this narrator or
No, it's narrator.
Rudolph?
It's narrator.
Okay. Oh god, I just had a brain fart. then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the four siblings. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the four siblings, the enmity?
Enmity?
I haven't seen that word.
What is enmity?
Yeah,
I don't know what
it's enmity.
Can you look that up, Annie, please?
I don't. I got it just to be sure, but I think Yeah, it's just like you're fucking hostile, basically.
Oh, okay. The hostile. Yeah, okay. The enmity between Kraus and the other four siblings could only become a weak point that befitted the enemy. Well then, please enjoy at your leisure. And when he finished explaining the reason behind the table setting and the cooking, Gerda tried to leave the room, but Kyrie called him to stop with a small voice. Yes, Kyrie-sama, what is it?
Please excuse me. I was under the impression that we had company today. But can we expect to be joined at the dinner table? What?
She had planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsuhi, who was sitting in the next seat over. It seemed that Natsuhi had heard it as, even though the guests are here, why hasn't the host come to dinner? In other words, that Kyrie asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner.
The family head is not at his best, so he said he would take dinner in his study. I believe my husband explained that in the beginning. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant.
Natsuhi's reaction instantly told Kyrie that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife. Which meant, on the chessboard in Kyrie's mind, she could hear the clattering of the other pieces as they rearranged themselves.
Oh, hey, Battler!
Hey!
I was really wondering, like, when are the kids gonna say something? What do you mean? We have company?
Battler, who had been sitting next to Natsuhi, seemed to have heard Kyrie's words without misunderstanding them. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke up incredulously. And thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building in the siblings' chests suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Gerda at the same time. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that no one here had invited the mystery woman. For an instant, Gerda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Therefore, he answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner. That is correct. Our guest wanted to eat alone in the VIP room, and she's being served there.
So graceful.
So graceful.
That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Gerda's made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed.
The VIP? I can't... What? What? The VIP room? A guest? What? Who are you talking about?
Natsuhi's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. For a while, Gerda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by this sudden interrogation. This was a guest who had been treated with such deep respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not even know about her. The guest is, Beatrice-sama.
Beatrice! See? Beatrice came!
Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again.
Hey! Gotta get out of here!
Been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met Beatrice that day. The cousins had answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed. so their eyes grew wide.
Sorry. I totally thought you were joking, Maria. So, she really was there?
By Beatrice? You mean that Beatrice was the gold?
I've been saying she exists the whole time.
Don't
No
say
one
it again, please.
believes.
Sorry, Maria-chan, that's not how we meant it. After learning that everyone... After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who sat in the next seat over, frantically tried to calm Maria.
Goda, is this some sort of dinner entertainment? Quite a performance.
Anarchy, quit playing dumb. You called her here, right?
Called? Called whom? From where?
Nissan, let's be clear about this. Who is she? Surely you aren't going to tell us it really is the Beatrice from that portrait, right?
I don't have a clue what you people are talking about. Goda, you really aren't joking, right?
I was just ordered by Genji-san.
Call for Genji, immediately!
When Natsuki yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway. The sound of the door being thrown open was a spark that suddenly set the dinner table ablaze.
Oh my god. He's like actually running. We left a little Goda-shaped smoke.
Yeah.
So you're saying you're in the dark too, Anarchy? Who called her? Was it Dad?
I don't know anything about this. It seems you people think I've been pulling the strings behind the scenes, but that's a huge misunderstanding.
Calm down, Krasny-san. We've gone past the stage of skirmishing with each other. If you're saying even you don't know who this mystery person is, then something crazy's going on.
Hideyoshi-san, can't you be a little more discreet with your words? My husband would not invite unnecessary people to the family conference.
Obviously. What are you people talking about? Are you saying the witch of the portrait is broken out of her frame and appeared? It's not as though anyone's actually met this witch face to face.
Actually, I met her.
Oh shit. Ava and Rudolph nodded at Rose's proclamation.
I met her too. Uncle Kraus, believe it. Believe Mama.
The brief tension was broken, and Maria also started to make a ruckus. By now, the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos.
I don't have a clue what's going on. So what does it mean? Does it mean the witch who gave grandfather the gold is showing up as a special guest this year?
But is that really true? Aunt Rosa didn't see it wrong, did she?
I met her too.
Aunt Rosa, are you sure?
Yes. Maria and I met her, and we even talked to her. I met her. That was definitely a witch. Believe me. I definitely didn't see it wrong or hallucinate or anything. What on earth was that?
In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the rose garden. But the scene had been so hard to accept as truth that the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had encountered. Ironically, since she was losing her composure, the more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the thing she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond a doubt.
I also met with her. I greeted, well, I couldn't really call it that. I exchanged a few words with her. It's definitely not something that Rosa-san just saw wrong.
Kyrie-san, are you serious?
Yes, but she didn't tell me her name, so I can't say for certain that she was Beatrice. However, and sorry if this is subjective,
but since I met her in the entrance hall, I was able to compare her face with the portrait. My first impression was that this portrait had to be hers. This is all just subjective.
That isn't possible! In the first place, where did that woman come from? The only boat arriving today was the one that brought all of you here. Was she on that boat?
Well, it's hard to say for sure. Of course, I don't remember any woman like that getting off the boat with us. Trust me, I would have noticed.
Oh, is that all? Can you prove there wasn't a boat besides the one we rode on? You can't! You can't prove one didn't arrive!
Makes sense. If another boat did arrive, then it might be possible to prove it. If someone saw it and said they saw it, then you're done. But it's impossible to prove that such a boat didn't arrive. Even if everyone says that no such boat arrived, that they didn't see it arrive, you can't prove that it didn't arrive secretly. It's that thing they call a devil's proof.
Oh, you ready to hear about devil's proof for 10 million times?
Oh god, is there gonna be like a dumb fucking debate gimmick with every part? Womp womp.
Is this
is
me?
fucking lame.
Yeah, bro. Or it
Is it?
could be.
I think it is Battler still, because he's the one who brought it up. No, because I think this is when he exposits and he's like, "I'm 10,000 IQ."
Go with what your heart desires, I guess.
Okay, Shane, do you want to do it or should I do it?
You do it.
Okay.
If it clearly isn't, we can switch back.
Yeah.
It'd be simple to prove that devils exist. All you have to do is meet a devil. But it's impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one has ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility that they're hiding away somewhere humans can't
Dude, they're
go.
talking about you right now. It's kind of
Well,
great.
you know. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly the same reason. Until humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they don't. See, that's the boat that she came on. Just left.
It's the aliens.
It's the aliens.
The devil's proof is here. And it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it will always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence.
So any discussion about there being a second boat would just be a waste of our time. She wasn't on the boat with us. Okay, so that was definitely Battler talking.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
That much is a fact, so she must have arrived on this island through some other means.
That's right. There may be no need to discuss how she came here. What's important is that she's actually in this mansion now.
Dippin' Dots!
And doesn't feel like having dinner with us, or Dippin' Dots.
Maybe she got here like that one crazy guy with the oar and the pool noodle. He's screaming about killing Grandpa or something.
Good God.
Okay, let's review. Right now, there's another guest on this island, other than the 18 people with the Yoshiromiya family. And this is a guest even Aniki and Natsuhi-san didn't know about, right?
I hope that's what happens in part 4, 20th guest, Shane the
Fire.
Spender.
Fire.
I know nothing! I don't know what you're talking about!
Killed immediately, not part of the roulette.
Shows up for one joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Be silent for now. Your headache will get worse. It is as my wife says. I have no idea what you people have been talking about up until now.
Then there can be only one answer. Father called her here. Called her here for today's family conference.
For the family conference? Again? Why?
I don't know that. I'm questioning you because I thought you might know.
Ava, can you give it a rest? Krasny-san said he doesn't know. So here's what we've got. Father stealthily invited the Witch of the Portrait as a secret guest. And she met with Rosa-san and Maria-chan, and then Kirie-san. That's all for now. If she has something to say to us, she could just show herself right away. Now we've got to wonder why she shut herself up without greeting us.
Does this mean Dad, who never gave a crap about this family conference in the first place, secretly called a new mistress here? And had her wear the clothes of his ideal witch? This day's too important for that explanation to fly.
There can only be one reason. to join in on the family conference. She wants to claim some right to father's inheritance. Ridiculous! The family head wouldn't have something as filthy as a mistress! Okay.
I told you to be quiet! I've lived in this mansion with father all this time, and I've never heard a thing about something like that. If we stretch plausibility to the limit, and assume father had an illegitimate child with some mistress decades ago, then maybe father searched her out and called her here today. Is that what you're trying to say?
Dear, it's absurd to think father has such a child! To waste the noble blood of the Ushinomiya family on a mistress! This is nothing more than a few people making wild claims. It's obviously a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream! Or is everyone taking part in some kind of act to trick my husband?
Why do you...
What
Why
act?
is she #1 Ushinomiya Glazer?
If anyone's acting, it's you!
Not again. Please don't start fighting again, bro.
Dude, they stay fighting.
This is all they do.
No, but specifically those two. I hate it when they fight.
Quit it, Aniki. Natsuhi-san may be a bit over vehement, but she's right. Kyrie saw her. I didn't. Neither did you, Aniki. But Rosa did. But that means she exists. There are people who can prove she exists, so we're just sure right away that she does. It's the opposite of a devil's proof. And I want to meet her too. I want to ask her directly what kind of business she has with the Yoshinomiya family.
And hopefully it's with me.
In bed.
I agree with you on that. I do indeed wish to inquire as to what business she has on Rokenjima.
You have no riz, you can't get it, you live on an island! You live on a fucking island, my guy!
Don't play dumb. There's only one thing she could be after. Father's inheritance. We
No,
should
look
work
across
out...
his girly fingernail.
Real, he's kinda cunt. We should work out our future plans with a lawyer who's hot on inheritance issues. If the mistress claims equal rights as mother, then our shares will be cut right in half. Wait a second, everybody. Genji-san will come very soon. He knows everything. I'm sure he'll answer our questions.
Yeah, that's why it worries me, dude.
Until then, let's stop talking about this.
I don't like how Genji
Hey,
conveniently
you
knows
kids!
everything.
Sorry, but the adults have to start talking about something complicated. Return to the guest house.
That is true. Genji's always right in the thick of it.
No, dude, I told you, I've been sus on him from the very beginning, bro. I really don't... Something about the way he acts, like, it really makes me think, like, you know, he's secretly, like, villainous or something.
Rosa took out her emotions on the children
As she usually does.
by yelling at them like a bitch with emotions.
Yeah.
The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at this time, but Eva-san and the rest realized it was too late. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Of course, they wouldn't want their children to remain. So they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan.
That's right, just as Rosa-san says. George, take all the cousins and go back to the guest house. You all play nice together now.
We're like 18, except for Maria. Yeah. George, do as you're told, you 20-year-old man. Take all of the cousins and leave right now.
Christ.
I'm gonna call an Uber helicopter. Fuck you guys.
Eventually
Taking
going
Shannon
to be...
and getting out.
Eventually going to be family heir is treated like a bitch boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a second, Mother. We still haven't finished eating.
And dessert hasn't even come yet.
We will have Goda-san take dessert to the guest house. So leave! Jessica, from here on, the adults will be talking together. Go.
Sure, even though I'm still eating.
Well, I guess I won't be the only exception.
Thanks for understanding, Battler-kun. But you sure are lucky.
Huh? Why?
I'd want to leave if I could.
I bet. I'll let you adults enjoy your happy family chat about the inheritance.
Hey guys! Oh.
I kind of... I really forget that when all the crazy shit is happening, I really forget that fucking Battler wants nothing to do with this family at all.
Yeah. I will also leave my seat. At any rate, it appears my turn will not come tonight. What is that?
Nanjo, next main character.
Nanjo quietly rose to his feet, referencing something that no one else in the family would get, so why would he say it? From his seat in the farthest corner, he had been calmly watching the whole discussion without butting in. Surely that reaction of his was very adult, just what you'd expect of a calm old gentleman. When Nanjo rose from his seat, it ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave. The children noisily rose from their seats as they hurried to the hallway. The servants returned.
Please, give me... No, I want kid POV. I want the cousins, please. They're the ones I like.
Pagoda!
I apologize for taking so long. I have called Genji.
We love you.
Arise, Genji.
Genji. I was checking to see that all of the doors and windows were shut, so it took me some time. My apologies.
Come on, children to the guest house. Koda-san, my apologies, but could you carry the children's portion of the dessert to the guest house? Oh.
Hey, is that what you wish? It seemed Koda wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked so hard on interrupted like this. He sent Natsuhi a look as though asking her whether that was really okay.
Do as the sun says, and it will not be necessary to set out dessert for us. Do not approach the dining hall until we call for you. Tell the rest of the servants to do the same. Understood?
Yes, as you wish.
Come, everyone, shall we go? Maria-san, you mustn't trouble your mother anymore.
I want to talk about Beato too! No!
Maria-chan, could you tell us about Beatrice in the guest house? I really want to hear about the witch, okay?
Nice. Pretty darn smooth, Georgie-san.
Dude, he's like
I'm
a
impressed.
Are you sure you don't have kids? You're too used to this.
Stares at Shannon.
Dude, it's so funny because at the very beginning of the game, I sort of assumed that Shannon and Battler were gonna be like the pair. But nah, bro gets no play.
Yeah.
No, I think Battler's just Alabaman at heart.
That's valid. He talks about groping his cousin a lot.
He talks about it so much.
I no spoilers, but I've heard there's more incest stuff later.
No.
It's not hardcore, but it's like mentioned.
Oh my god.
Hey,
George's
it's just VMs, you know.
True.
Yeah, true. Why is every VM?
I don't know.
it's
VMs
always like
love rape and incest. I don't know.
It's like a
I don't know.
hot sister character for some
It's a
reason.
Japanese thing, dude.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, I think the Anime Man did a video about like the actual like cultural implications of a certain book and how it sort of impacted Japanese society toward that way.
That's
It was
crazy.
because it was one of the first novelizations of incest like ever.
That's crazy.
So I don't know. Those motherfuckers are just freaks, I guess.
Yeah, they're just freaky deaky.
George's words had completely restored Maria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to head on to the guest house. It looked like Goda didn't like being kicked out himself, but he couldn't disobey Natsuhi, so he left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door.
Is there some way I might be of service to everyone?
Yes, there sure is. We've got a whole bunch of questions. In fact, every one of us does. So much that we almost want to have a lottery to see who gets to ask first.
But no matter who wins the first lottery, the first question will be the same, won't it?
That's right. Genji-san, answer me honestly. Who is this person called Beatrice in the VIP room right now?
Oh, and they're gonna cut off the conversation.
Wow!
Okay, now I think we are gonna
Full
switch to the
Metal
cousins.
Alchemist.
See, I like seeing them work
Alchemist.
together more. That's much more satisfying.
Oh damn!
But-
Oh damn!
I,
Oh damn! Oh damn!
Yeah, wow.
Oh,
10
wow.
o'clock.
I think my theory will prove right that I think as the parts go on and the loop resets, like more of the family will start working together. Like I bet they'll probably include the kids more next time. Okay, would this be Battler again? I think.
Well, they say Hideyoshi. I mean, he'd probably call him Hideyoshi.
Oh, true. Yeah, he would.
Like,
he would.
Yeah, he would
Yeah,
call him
Uncle
Hideyoshi.
Hideyoshi. Or Uncle
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hideyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. After being chased out to the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert.
What kind of cake is it?
I like how Nanjo's there too. I like how he's just chilling with the kids.
Yeah,
So
Nanjo
what
considered
is-
not an adult, I guess.
So, do you
Do
guys
any of
like
you
to play
chess
Yes.
or smoke cigars or talk about anatomy and
I
physiology?
am completely in love with your
Perform-
grandfather.
Perform rhinoplasty.
If you like to talk about cancer research,
They're making a lot of good progress.
Fire.
George is like, yes, actually.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't. True, he would talk to him. George the
Yeah.
goat.
George is totally just
Fire.
talking to Nanjo, yeah.
Yeah.
He's fire.
It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason.
Without Goto-san selling it, it isn't nearly as good.
And if we asked Kumasawa-san to sell it, she'd just say it's made of mackerel.
Eh? Really? You can make cake from mackerel? Absolutely, and as you can see with this very cake, if you mix the squeezed juice of mackerel with flour and eggs before cooking, it comes out all fluffy.
That'd be incredible if true.
Incredible if true.
Incredible if true. I guess.
Okay.
Proof of life. Maybe mackerel cake will show up on the new menu for all of Father's restaurants.
After all, mackerel's full of nutrients and sounds healthy. It might get really popular with women and the elderly. But I'm not gonna get anywhere near it.
Girls won't eat something that weird.
Even the elderly would wish to decline.
But it's delicious, you know?
Kumasawa
With her classic mackerel
I think
joke.
this might be Battler, actually.
I think it is bad.
With
Yeah.
Okay.
her classic mackerel jokes.
Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes. But the sound of the downpouring rain.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I thought so. No, dude, the
Damn.
narrator. The
The
narrator
narrator's
has opinions.
glazing.
The narrator has opinions in this. She's like, classic Kumasawa
Classic.
with the fucking the mackerel. The
oh, Kumasawa, that cheeky old goat and her mackerel jokes.
Say
But
something
the
about
sound of the
salmon.
downpouring rain kept turning their attention towards the mystery guest and away from the mackerel jokes.
True.
In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person to have met Beatrice.
Boo, boo, boo.
I can't believe she was actually telling the truth.
You make it sound like, though you never believed it, this Maria meets a witch business isn't news to you.
Yeah, I thought it was just one of those fairy tales you'd expect from a dreamy kid that age.
She exists! Beatrice exists! Every year when we come to the family conference, I meet her and we play together. That's right. Although Beatrice-sama doesn't usually show herself, I hear she sometimes unexpectedly appears before honest people with clean hearts.
Guys, children are pure, did you know?
Oh, hey, the
old
correct
one.
version of the portrait
Yeah.
is the best one. Beatrice referred to that character in the fairy tale about the Rokkenjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. That's how Rokkenjima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. To the family members who knew the backstory of the fairy tale of the Golden Witch, it wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone like young Maria, who didn't know the story of how it had come into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help liven up her dreams without her knowing. So when Maria-chan was showing us that candy that supposedly came from Beatrice, I figured someone subtly slipped it into her handbag.
I have done similar things a few times in the past, secretly placing sweets somewhere. I imagine even Kumasawa-san, or rather all of the servants and everyone in the Ushinomiya family has done it once or twice.
So if it'll make a small innocent kid happy, you might place a sweet somewhere and have everyone join in on keeping the secret alive for her. Come to think of it, I'll bet you do that kind of thing all the time, George Aniki.
Who knows? It'd probably be too boorish to admit such a thing out loud. What? George admitted it while being extremely wary that Maria didn't find out.
In other words, it's kind of like Santa Claus. To protect the kid's dreams, the parents plot together and lie, setting presents at the bedside of a child fast asleep.
After all, you want to protect the kid's dreams, right? Obviously, I've known Santa doesn't exist for a long time now, but if there's no reason to wake up from a dream like that, I wish I would have believed it all my life.
Because adults know that the world is filled with terrible things. They all want to at least protect the pure dreams of a child.
Beatrice exists! Exists! Yes, she does. Beatrice-sama does exist, right?
I don't like Kumasawa opening her eyes. That was weird.
Some time ago, when I was drying mackerel to make some black tea, suddenly...
Okay. They just skipped over her.
Well, it basically goes something like that. Supposedly, at least.
So, simply put, this was supposed to be a witch that no one but Maria believed in.
I wouldn't phrase it quite like that. The point is that we didn't believe. We're all trying to give her a chance to believe.
Okay, yeah, this is Battler for sure. So this is about not betraying a child's innocence. But Santa doesn't exist in reality. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd be better off not showing them that dream in the first place. Is the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult?
The true nature of the Rokkenjima witch was finally starting to take shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact, it completely overturned its very premise.
So, we thought we knew what was going on, but now Beatrice-sama the witch has actually appeared in reality. Is that it? And, judging by how freaked out our parents were, it looks like she wasn't an invited guest. Now it's starting to get interesting.
There's no reason for us to simply assume that a woman called Beatrice doesn't exist. It's what Uncle Rudolph called the devil's proof. None of us knew what a woman calling herself Beatrice existed.
Dude, I said that.
I'm pretty sure it was my cool-ass dad.
No,
Battler.
it was me.
I'm sorry, do you have a cool mustache?
No.
That's what I thought. But that's not the same as proving that Beatrice doesn't exist.
That's what I thought.
Dr. Nanjo, you've been friends with grandfather a long time, right?
Woo, wee, woo!
Wee, woo, wee, woo, wee, woo, wee, woo. Somebody died.
Oh god, it happened already!
No. Holy shit.
Help.
Whoa. That's
Okay.
actually really crazy.
What?
Oh, jeez.
A lot of sirens.
Ah, man, they came really slowly this time. Anyway, at one
The next loop around, they all arrive on Rook and Jima, and just the first thing you hear is just fucking bullets go.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
dude, fucking SWAT team busts through the door.
Get down!
Beatrice manifests a fucking SWAT team.
Fire.
And then they just start fucking fighting, and it's hella brutal.
Fire. At one point during the family conference, I was questioned quite thoroughly about Crouch-san and the others. They wanted to know if long ago Kinzo-san might have had a mistress called Beatrice, and an illegitimate child with her. That's a lot of...
I get it. Our parents have their heads full with the inheritance problem. So, of course, if the daughter of a mistress... whoa.
Oh.
Yeah. That was awkward, wasn't it?
I think you calling it out being awkward made it more awkward.
Yeah, I know. That's the point.
Okay.
That's why you call out things that are awkward.
Explains the joke 101.
Well, I mean, you didn't get it, so...
Yeah.
I get it. Our parents have their heads full with the inheritance problem. So, of course, if the daughter of a mistress like that showed up, it'd be troublesome for them.
Crouch-san and the rest probably asked Genji-san about it first. However, Genji-san is an aide who's sworn loyalty to Kinzo-san, and is probably a friend more trusted by Kinzo-san than myself. I doubt he told them anything. So next, they went to ask me as an old friend of his.
And? Did grandfather have a lover called Beatrice, Dr. Nanjo?
He did. No, I have never met her. However, I have heard from Kinzo-san that he had a relationship with a woman like that. He said she passed away a very long time ago.
She's dead. So, did the two of them have a kid?
That I do not know. But Kinzo-san always says that reviving Beatrice is the goal of his research. Usually, if one loses a mistress, but has a child left behind to remember them by, they pour all of their love onto that child. Therefore, we naturally assumed that there was no such child between Kinzo-san and Beatrice.
This is ridiculous, bro. I understand the narrative point of this, but it's super crazy to see them, like, still try and find ways to, like, you know, justify that something is not, like, abnormal about this.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess, I mean, that's human nature, right? To rationalize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'd be terrified of the world.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
That's why Zeus does the horses.
I told you, dude. I hit the
But
point
he
where I
does
needed the
the
caffeine.
horses?
I feel like my battler performance has no energy right now. I gotta lock in.
Lock in! Battler drinks a Red
Can
Bull.
I actually grab some water?
Oh, shit!
Yeah, I gotta refill too, actually.
Oh, shit!
All right, babe, you're entertaining the chat for a few seconds.
Okay, da-ba-ba-dee-ba-da-ba-da, oh, ah-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da, where did you come from, where did you go, where did you come from, Kanajo, ba-da-da-dee-ba-da-ba-da, oh. Let's have a go. We can hear him get water in the background and mute. Oh, am I entertaining you guys? Am I entertaining? What could I do to entertain? I could here, guys. You want me to? I could walk out here. Hey, look, boobs. Look at them. Look at them. Hold on. I can. Here, look. I'm a part of.
Ooh, what's going on the stream?
I'm a part of.
Body view?
I'm a part.
Daddy likes that.
What the fuck? Guys, I'm a part of the UMINEKO. I'm in the game now. I'm in the game.
20th guest at the conference. RTIU.
I am the 20th guest in the conference. Bachelor. I mean, what?
And so the angel appeared.
Okay, I go back to my spot now.
Yet, like the witch, the entire family denied her, for they could not comprehend something above themselves.
Ain't that the truth?
That's too much pink, George said.
Real. Dude, we lost a viewer. We lost...
No, we didn't. That's not true. That's not true. We went from 4 to 5.
No, we went from 6 to 5.
Back to 6.
Oni!
Yes! Yes! I came back after I stopped. That's real.
Yes!
Yes! You sixth
Yes.
viewer, do not go away.
We love you, 6th viewer.
Fire. Okay, we good. You know, I could have taken that time to get water myself, but I mean, I had to entertain the masses.
If you wanna go.
Okay,
do that
it's you guys' turn. You guys' turn.
So I'm just gonna keep talking about what I was talking about then. Shane, how do you you find that pretty interesting too? I would imagine, right? Because like that's sort of the theme they're going for, right? Is like the nature of man.
Yeah, I think so.
I guess that's one of the themes,
I think
actually.
that's an element. So, a theme of like man against nature, which is like destiny. Like possibility and impossibility is like going for and against destiny.
Yeah, there's like
so
a
it's
shitload of
mankind's
theming in
nature
this.
to rebel, but it's also mankind's nature to like the whole furniture thing is not saying they're not human, they just do the other thing.
Yeah, well, specifically,
In
I
the
guess
face of danger, I guess.
it's like, you know, it's in man's nature to uphold the status quo, right?
Yeah.
And what we view as like normal and realistic, but it's also in our nature to resist to things that we think threaten that status quo, right? And that's where the resistance comes from, is that, you know, they view Beatrice as like a threat to them, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, because she's a threat, because they're scared of her, they attempt to convince themselves that she's not real. I just think it's interesting because, like, you know,
And that manifesting itself is Battler and Beatrice in the chess game.
yeah, right. Well, because I was sort of thinking about it earlier because, like, you know, like there's sort of this moving of the goalpost, right? As they progress through the parts. Because first, the poised question was, you know, is Beatrice even real at all? And you know, then in the next go around, she is real objectively, but people still attempt to deny her because people don't want to accept the existence of witches. So I'm curious where the goalpost will move next time.
I'm back.
Because I'm assuming it has to be like she proves that she's a witch, but they still deny her for some other reason, and it just starts getting ridiculous, right? That's what's gonna happen. I'm assuming. But I really don't know because like I don't know how the goalpost will move in the third part.
If there is a witch child, I'm gonna shit.
Yeah, because I guess that's the theory they're trying to convince themselves of, is that she's like some illegitimate daughter.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I'm back.
Yay!
Let's go.
So that leaves us with another devil's proof.
Yeah, it's impossible to prove that a child between him and a mistress didn't exist. So, now that this child has actually appeared, we have to assume she did exist after all.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a rushed argument. It's more realistic that someone caught wind of the trouble with the Oshinomiya family inheritance, knew about grandfather's relationship with the mistress long ago, and impersonated her, trying to take a slice of the inheritance for themselves.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing about the devil's proof stuff is like the weakness of it is that technically you can apply that logic to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not really based in anything.
But what if you spun the chessboard around?
What if? What if? Sure, that is realistic, but we can't deny the possibility that she really is an illegitimate child. One who lived in isolation, forgotten by her grandfather, and who's returned for revenge, right?
Revenge? What do you mean?
Ah, sorry. Guys just like to dramatize stuff to make it sound interesting. I've seen too many weird dramas.
Normally, this might have come off as a light joke, but the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched in on the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. There was no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. So it was a really big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down.
I see, that does sound quite interesting. I would love to read a novel with a plot like that.
Well, I don't think it could actually work. After all, right now on this island, there's 1, 2, 3, a full 18 people, right? If anyone tries to do something weird, they'll immediately get caught. And thanks to the typhoon, they can't even leave this island. In other words, if you tried to commit some crazy crime, you'd be screwed.
I agree. In a dead end without any way to escape, in a situation where everyone's really suspicious of her, I seriously doubt she could pull off a terrifying revenge drama like that.
You and the characters speak to the audience.
Probably not. In that case, it would be more realistic if she had come in secret, without making her presence known. I simply cannot imagine someone appearing openly to take revenge outside of some historical drama.
Well, who knows, right? Revenge is based on emotion, not logic. If you got someone willing to go down along with their opponent, they might not be afraid of anything. Not even the police or large numbers of people.
It's okay, Jessica Sean. My brain. I am dying. Okay. It's okay, Jessica Chan. None of the disturbing things we're imagining will happen.
Like the battle royale between our parents over the inheritance isn't disturbing.
That's right. Dad and Uncle Rudolph are pretty tough, and Aunt Ava's even trained in the martial arts. We'll be fine. Yeah.
Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she'd vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings on the inheritance issue. They usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying.
Seriously, George Aniki's right. Nothing's gonna happen. Even if she pretends she's a witch, what can a single human woman who can't even use magic do?
Oh, is this gonna become like a slasher thing?
Beep, beep, beep.
I mean, probably, because she's still gonna kill them, but now they just know that she's there.
Oh, yeah, Maria was listening to this.
Yeah, here we go. Because he said human, he said the trigger word.
The sudden creepy laugh made all of them.
She's like, deny her, deny her! You will not reach the golden land! Heretic!
And when they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again.
I see. So that's how you see it, Battler.
She's taking the aggressive stance this time. What is? Don't laugh all creepy like that.
You accept Beatrice's existence for now. At least you accept her as the 19th person and a guest. But that's all, right? You don't accept that the 19th person, Beatrice, is a witch, right?
Of all the crazy things to say. Of course that's what I think. Witches couldn't possibly exist. The only possibility is that she's a human woman claiming to be a witch.
Isn't that odd, Battler? That's a devil's proof, isn't it? Of course witches don't exist. But just because you've never met a witch, that doesn't mean you've proven that witches don't exist, right?
That's right. You're not wrong there. I can't prove that witches don't exist. However, even if I can't prove it, I can claim it. I claim that witches don't exist.
It all came back to certainty and uncertainty, like I said.
Yeah, right? Because he's very confident that something like that could never be real.
How can you claim that witches don't exist, even though you can't prove it?
Because things like that don't exist.
So that's QED? You finish your proof without any evidence or basis? Now there's a typical case of the ignorant willfully ignoring the shallowness of their own knowledge. A reckless suspension of thought.
And there's only one way to resolve this, Maria. The witch's side needs to show some proof themselves. It's a devil's proof again. You bring me a devil, we can end this right now. In this case, we can just get this woman calling herself Beatrice to display some wonderful, magnificent magic like the twinkling stars. All she has to do is show us something. That's impossible for humans, right?
Calm now, you two. Please settle down.
No way Battler is gonna start debating the literal child.
Is he taking his turn now, I wonder?
Battler versus the 9-year-old army.
Oh my god, Battler was so mad about the first argument with Maria that he waited the whole loop just to do it again so he could
Oh my god. But that's the thing, it was like, it was never an argument before. It was always like him being like, that's not real, silly, and then she would just kind of make fun of him. But now she's like, no, you're fucking dumb.
Well, yeah, because it's more obvious that Beatrice is real now.
Yeah. So in that, you know, in that circumstance of uncertainty, she has found a certain basis.
Yeah.
Kumasawa noticed the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult. But Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Battler.
You could it too, Maria. Let's get back in a good mood, okay? If that's what you want, Beatrice will definitely show you. Something impossible for humans. When she does, you'll believe too, okay? You'll believe in Beatrice.
Sure. If she lets me have a look, I'll believe.
It's a chess debate between the witch and you, Battler. If you get checkmated, you'll believe in the witch.
Oh, I like the way you put that. The witch shows her magic. My king is put into check. I quibble, saying it'd be possible to reproduce her feat using measures even a human could take, and my king escapes. Failing to do that would be checkmate, so that's a pretty good analogy.
Battler, in chess, you and your opponent have pieces that move in the same way, so you can predict your opponent's moves. But you know what? What you aren't expecting is that your opponent's pieces might be able to move in ways far stranger than yours. You've simply assumed that, since witches must not exist, the movements of Beatrice's pieces will obviously be the same as your own.
You know, I just thought of something. There's a common link, right, between Maria, Battler, and Kinzo, the three members of the family who are the most connected to Beatrice. They all like chess.
Mm-hmm. And they all have chess shit on them, right?
Not just that, but Beatrice always refers to this as a game. This is her game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think what's interesting is, you know, do you think Battler, to a degree, secretly also thinks of this as a game and is enjoying that fact?
I think he
he wants to win, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think, wasn't that actually established in the Purgatory Tea Party?
I just wasn't sure, you know, because like I thought he was just trying to be confident so he could like punk her, you know. But I mean like a genuine enjoyment, like to the degree that he doesn't care as much as he should about the fact that there's lives at stake. He cares more about being right and winning.
Is this whole thing Battler becoming a wizard or a warlock?
Dude, it could be possible. I mean, I don't know. My point being is that I'm sure they're gonna have that moment where Beatrice is like, "You and I, we're not so dissimilar,"
and then they kiss.
I've seen the CGs. There is no kissing happening. It is
We're
much
gonna
more
get some Dormammu I've come to bargain shit.
Yeah, it is Umifrika.
And then they freak for freak.
But you know what? Sorry, Battler, but your chess partner isn't human. She's a witch. She can move her pieces in ways that humans can't. Right now, your understanding is flawed. Battler, you like Aunt Kyrie's chessboard thinking, right?
Yeah, I like that style of thinking, where you stand in your opponent's shoes.
And that's why you'll get stuck. Even though your opponent is a witch, you won't accept it. So you can't understand the moves a witch might make, and your chessboard thinking won't work. Your knowledge of your opponent is mistaken. The very first premise of chessboard thinking is broken down.
No, that makes a lot of sense because, like, you know, he's like, oh, I like the technique that will lead me to victory is, you know, stepping into the shoes of my opponent, but he's stepping into his interpretation of his opponent.
Yeah.
So that's not real. So that's your game.
You cannot win in chess against a witch.
But what if he is a wizard?
Oh, Battler.
Oh, Boodler.
Battler, the boy who died, come to live.
The boy who died and died and died and died.
Oh God, no!
Oh, we're back. We're back.
I don't
like it. All right, here we go.
I don't know what happened after that. We servants were strictly ordered not to approach the dining room.
I see. So, Shannon, have you ever met this person called Beatrice before?
I don't know.
That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy.
For us servants, Beatrice-sama is a second master of this mansion. Some people say we've spread that rumor because of the master's influence. But even when I just started working here, the story of Beatrice-sama was already being whispered of.
I've heard about it before. If you don't show her respect, you'll get cursed. And at least one servant actually did meet with an accident, right?
Yes, but it's true that some people believed more than others. I, believe respect for that sort of thing shouldn't be forgotten, so I had never doubted that she exists. I vaguely believed that shadowy being called the Golden Witch existed.
And then that witch whose existence was so shadowy and obscure actually showed herself and entered openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything?
No, nothing.
Why is she lying to him? Why is she lying to him?
She's lying to him. She just wants to keep the feeling alive.
Well, yeah, because she doesn't know. She's the one who knows that they're all gonna die. So like she wants to maintain the magic, you know, the magic of love.
I see. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't sound so realistic. Maybe after all, it's just someone who knows about the witch legend on this island, someone who's taking on Beatrice's name. I think you've probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian, god of the mansion. So when a person appeared actually going by that name, maybe you were a little disturbed.
That's right. I guess that must be the case.
George was slightly at a loss as what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person. Thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Surely, just like Maria and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been so sure that that was the case, but George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything. Even if she accepted the ring from George, they would never be married now. No, in the first place, did furniture like her even have the right to be married? even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George, while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality? What's wrong? You really haven't looked well for a while now.
George-san, what does it mean to be engaged?
Huh? It means making a promise to marry. But I think in that sense it means the same thing as marriage. To be honest, I want to take you home as my wife right away. But right now I'm in the middle of training and I'm still a long way from having the capacity to create my own castle. That's why I want to take you home with me when my head held high, only after I've become a full adult. I'm not talking about the distant future. I just want you to wait a short 3 years. But that doesn't mean I want to lie about my feelings for you for another 3 years. So I decided to give you an engagement ring. That might be a shameful reason as a man. Maybe it's shameful to get engaged because I want you to wait, since I can't support my work and a wife at the same time yet. But I will definitely...
Thank you very much. I understand that to you, George-san, an engagement ring means something different than one of many presents you give to a lover.
Of course it's different. An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory. It's an oath between lovers, a noble promise left in the form of a ring.
So, if we were to get married right away, it'd be completely meaningless, right?
Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring. I'd give it to you as a wedding ring. Either way, I'd still be giving you a ring.
So it's a sold sign, like saying, this woman is mine, nobody touch her.
No, that's not what I...
Freaky.
George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and sworn to become an excellent man, he'd also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So, even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon.
Come on, king. Come on, king. Come on, my
Oh,
king.
God.
My king. Come on, king.
What's this man about
Come
to
on,
say?
king. Yes! Yes!
No, that may be true. Sile, I'll make you my wife.
Yes!
I won't give you to anyone else. I'll make you mine alone, so no one will lay a hand on you. That's what this ring is, without a doubt.
That's my guy!
Thank you very much, George-san. I'm truly happy.
He did the full commit.
Then, George-san, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me?
Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He said that to him an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had significance far more sacred than a promise to marry. So I'll stop calling this an engagement ring. From now on, this isn't an engagement ring. It's a wedding ring.
Yes!
Is that really okay? Is it okay to, just proclaim that we're married without even God's blessing?
Yeah, it's enough to tell God, Father and Mother about it afterwards. We'll tell them that we've been married. No one will be able to undo it.
George-san.
I'm not saying this because of momentary emotion. I'm not just looking at how you are now. I'm looking at the you of tomorrow, of the next day.
I'm gonna fucking cry.
I'm even gazing at you as you'll be in old age. In the future, as I say this.
You're always talking about that, George-san. About how you want to enjoy your old age slowly, surrounded by healthy children and grandchildren?
Yeah, at that time, an older you will be beside me. That's what I expect. No, it's what I foresee. Yes, because that day will surely come.
Will it surely come?
Yes, surely. Definitely. And this ring proves it without words.
Please, show me.
Oh.
Here it is.
I love
George thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool.
Yeah.
But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes.
Please, show me that future.
Yeah, I'll show you. Surely, I promise it. And not just until old age. After we die, too. Even when we become spirits, we'll always be together.
Fuck.
Shannon wiped away her tears, looking at the ring box, and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing by the two of them. George said that the line he'd practiced over and over again inside his head. I want you to put this ring on whatever finger you like, and have that be your answer. So, by tomorrow morning. Shannon smiled and took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement, and for a while George was stunned.
This is my answer, George-san.
Shannon, no, Sayo.
Even when we become spirits, we'll always be together, George-san.
Oh, I don't like this music. There was no blessing from God, no pastor, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two who were married proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today.
That's ancient marriage, dude. That's how people got married back in the day. You just said so.
Somebody find a broom.
You literally just be like, "We're married now. Goodbye," and then you leave the family.
Yeah, I'm really scared. It was staying on the outside for a bit. I was like, oh.
There was like a Czechoslovakian YouTube video I saw.
He's here to Doom post. He's here to Doom post.
No, you fucker. You motherfucker.
Yeah, I bet you wish that was you. I bet you wish that was you.
Bro, why are you like this?
I bet you wish that was you.
There's still hope for you, bro. You could be happy for like a day.
Not even for like a day. Probably
There's
for like
a
night.
blonde woman
A couple hours.
who would let you touch titty in this house.
Yeah, seriously,
you
bro.
stupid bitch.
Fire.
Man. Mason, you're a fool.
Is that so?
Even though you're furniture. Even though you're furniture.
I'm not furniture. Not anymore.
Liar! Why are you fooling yourself? Even though you know you can never become human. Even though you know you can't become human unless you go to the Golden Land. Knowing that, why did you abandon the promise that would let you go there?
Oh, right. By accepting the ring, that promise with Beatrice-sama comes to nothing, doesn't it? I'm sorry.
From now on, you, George-sama, the master, and everyone else are under the same conditions. 13 people will be sacrificed. Only 5 people will be invited to the Golden Land. And you rejected one of those places yourself.
That's odd. It looks like you're the one with regrets, Canon-kun.
You're the one with regrets, aren't you, Ne-san? You got engaged, right? Even though you knew it was a fate that would never be fulfilled.
Yes. I promised that we would always be together for eternity. So you know what? In that instant, our eternity was completed. Even if we become sacrifices, it's already completed. So, it's okay. Canon, you're the one who actually has regrets. We're furniture, right? We'll be freed no matter the result. So, it doesn't matter whether we go to the Golden Land or not. And yet you're set on going there. You want to become human no matter what, right? Why?
Because I want to become human! I've had enough of being furniture!
Why?
I wanted to fall in love too!
Yes, yes.
Tears were coming from Kanon's eyes, and he howled.
I liked Milady! And after seeing Milady that day, I started liking her even more! And even when I heard that Milady also liked me, I was really happy! But I'm furniture, and I can't accept Milady's feelings.
You're wrong. We may be furniture. We may be less than human. But that doesn't mean we aren't qualified to love.
I thought that if these feelings would never come to anything, I'd be better off not having them. I just decided that eventually I'd disappear, and that it'd definitely hurt her. No, that's wrong! I was just frightened. I was just afraid, thinking that any love that couldn't be eternal was best avoided.
Even though their lives last only a few weeks, cicadas fall in love and then vanish. But you'll never find a cicada that refused to fall in love simply because it'll end in a few weeks.
He cried.
It seemed that Canon was still muttering his regrets, but by now it was all just jumbled up with his sobs.
That witch is detestable. Why did she plant these feelings in me? If only she hadn't pulled that bizarre prank, I wouldn't have paid Milady any notice.
Beatrice-sama is detestable.
The siblings just pull up and kill her.
Yeah.
This is so
To make
sad,
you
bro.
cry bitter tears. She played games with your fate. But I don't think things went as the witch expected. After all, knowing love.
Okay, I guess I'll.
Knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is the destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life.
Ain't that just the fucking way, bros?
Damn,
Love,
that became
bitch!
surprisingly wholesome.
Love, bitch!
I mean, it's more than love, bro. It's, you know, live your life in the moment, you know? Do what you know that you want to do.
True.
Well now, Canon, that promise you worked so hard for and has now come to nothing.
Uh-oh.
Very well then. With this, the conditions for all the pieces are the same. There are 18 pieces. 13 will be offered as sacrifices. Who will the 5 survivors be? Or else, will someone destroy the ceremony? Who? How?
And then she laughs because she's so crazy.
This isn't a chess problem. It's a game on an equal footing. I won't be cornered. Whoa. I won't be cornering you one-sidedly. You'll be able to frantically escape my advances and force a tie. An invalid match. At any rate, I thought you can manage more than repeating that over and over. And it probably won't be that difficult for you. However, this invalid match will continue forever, until it eventually wears down your mind and kills it. That is when you'll accept your defeat and surrender to me. There's a reason I said it was a game on an equal footing. That's because rules for my loss have also been established. There's nothing as boring as a game you can't lose, right? As for how to defeat me, that would be the epitaph that stands as an offering to my portrait.
Holy shit, who would have guessed?
It's both the way to open the door to the Golden Land and the key to destroying my ceremony. I'll try to complete the ceremony in accordance with the epitaph. You'll try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, destroy the ceremony, and overthrow me. Solve the riddle hidden in the epitaph, and expose the location of the vast sum of gold I gave Kinso. What result will this game show us? I'm expecting a good fight, okay?
Yeah, it really is like a pride thing, you know? Because it's like, she feels like she's the one who deserves the money the most because nobody can best her, right? Because it's like she's only willing to give somebody the money if they can solve her riddle and essentially, you know, beat her.
Entertain me, you show me a battler!
Okay, bro.
She totally did that. Oh, church.
Oh.
There's a chapel here, guys. Did you know that? Chapel Roan?
Bro, you have brain rot.
I do.
I have no objections. Natsuhi and I acknowledge it.
I can't believe it. I don't want to. This is the truth, isn't it?
Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She's this family's most honored guest.
I also acknowledge it. Can't argue back.
Yes, I acknowledge it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe you, actually. You have my honest respect.
Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you, so I have to acknowledge it.
I acknowledge it too. I still can't believe it. Still, what can I do? You've proven devils. It's your victory.
The devil's proof was a convenient excuse you liked using to handle unprovable matters. Now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not?
Don't torture me, mighty witch. I've already acknowledged you.
What did she do to prove it? What'd she do? Did she do a little baby miracle for them?
Kyrie, do you still have objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not acknowledge my existence.
Sorry, I had a chip.
Damn, damn. The narrator's slacking! He's like, shut up, Beatrice, I must have chip.
As the witch laughed boldly,
Whoa,
the
whoa,
siblings
whoa!
started getting frantic.
Whoa!
Thank you. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kyrie lightly closed her eye. Dear God, I just.
Are you okay? Do you need me to take over?
No, I think I'm on drugs. Did I do drugs at the beginning of this one? I think I did. I think that was the
we
mistake.
both done drugs, actually.
Ah, good.
Wonderful.
Kyrie lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth.
I don't know
Mama
why.
say, mama, mama, maku
I don't know why, but I think I've done drugs. Like, that got
Well,
me.
I think I have.
My apologies. I resign.
Only Kyrie had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven.
I also acknowledge it. You are Beatrice, the Ushinomiya family alchemist, and a user of great magic. I must acknowledge that you are a witch and the Full Metal Alchemist.
What did she do?
Who knows? Who knows?
Dude, I want to be the who knows.
She brought back Battler's.
Imagine.
Battler's mom.
I seriously want to know what she did.
Fucking Hohenheim shows up.
Yeah. No, she.
Hohenheim.
Hohenheim.
still finding all kinds of faces and shit in the rain.
Yeah, you're schizoing out, dude.
Yeah. I like doing that. I do that with my popcorn ceiling all the time.
Why are we going through
I have
empty hallways?
imagination.
I don't know, dude.
Oh, hey girl, hey
The
girl.
portrait.
Hey girl, hey.
The portrait.
Hey, girl, hey.
So it's back to normal.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, it's midnight. Ding dong, bing bong. It's a little spookily dookily.
Okay.
Guys, hold me! I'm scared.
You're not scared, dude.
Guys,
You know
hold
what
me, I'm
happens.
scared, no!
You know what happens. You're not scared.
Hold me! I'm scared.
The portrait starts singing Pink Pony Club.
Big body cup.
Not fair. I didn't know we were gonna do a bit.
I
I started
already. My
Oh,
character's
wait!
Hey. Wife.
Wife. Oh, my wife. Oh my god. It sounded like she was holding something in.
Crying. Holy shit. But then they all die, right? They have to.
Yeah. Jump scare of like one of the parents getting stabbed in the forehead or whatever.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, like, dude, if they,
Metal
what's gonna happen? Is she gonna like indoctrinate them, and they're gonna be like willing sacrifices?
Oh
Oh.
god, they ripped their
God,
own faces
no.
off.
Oh, good morning.
Okay.
Oh wow. Yeah, wow.
So she did something. She did something in front of only the adults.
The second day.
My birthday in the 80s.
No! See, dude, you were meant to be there.
Somebody get me my floaties.
Oh yeah.
I have to swim across
Okay. Is this Battler?
I don't know.
Uh,
I don't fucking know.
what is that sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain, the sound of a waterfall, or could it be radio static?
Oh.
Dude, who is talking?
Yeah.
Blood. Oh, it's Kinzo!
Oh, it's
God!
Is it morning?
Kinzo's perspective?
Lived another day.
I
The
narrated.
light entering through the crack in the curtain was faint, but at least it told him that dawn had broken. Kinzo, in the position he'd been when he woke up, sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel throughout his body.
Dude, he slept in the fucking chair? Crazy.
He's the ultimate cuck.
Yeah.
Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 o'clock on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think of this as something to boast about, but he had told himself as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad.
Morning has come, which means it would appear I've avoided becoming one of the first sacrifices. Was I merely lucky when the roulette was spun? Or is this the fruit of my efforts? How irritating that I cannot tell the difference. But I mustn't be bothered by such trivialities.
Dude, now, see, after Beatrice, like, expositing, now that we have, like, true, full context, Kinzo has immediately become so much more interesting.
He's a cool guy.
Because, like, I feel like, you know, during part one, you kind of completely forget that he's also playing the game. Like, you know, there are things that allude to it, but, like, he's playing the game, like, harder than anybody.
Yeah, isn't he the one who set up the game?
Yeah, he's the one who made the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. It's crazy that he still lost so badly.
Well, I mean, it's a roulette, so.
Yeah. Well, guess what? He's go again. That's what's happening right now. Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the study door. After all, he might find the traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. A sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices.
Humans are cheap creatures, even though everything is ultimately decided by God. When humans are given good fortune,
Good furniture.
Yeah.
I saw that and my brain auto completed it.
Pets cannon, good furniture.
Given good fortune and furniture, they arrogantly feel it was due to their own ability.
Okay, so he's like a fatalist, basically.
That's why he wanted to check on whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human. And that was why Kinzo did not check. He often rejected his desires that came to him because he was human. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency, as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. He recognized human desires for what they were and guarded against them. Things that a human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentricity and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius, making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits, as he revived the Yoshiromiya family in a single generation.
Well then, Beatrice, what were the 6 pieces you took? And what will your next move be? Entertain me. My defense is perfect. I will not shame myself like last time.
I'm sorry, what?
What he knows?
Is he being like literal?
I think he knows.
Dude, okay, well, they were talking about this before. Maybe he really did, like, reach a higher consciousness. Maybe, because, you know, Beatrice said he had, like, almost no magic ability. Not literally 0. So, like, maybe he is aware.
Yeah, he's enough to be maybe aware of the loop. He just didn't show up in the tea party.
Yeah, right? But I don't know. That's so weird because, like, we also know that, like, his magical ability is bad enough that Beatrice was literally standing behind him and he didn't know she was there.
Adam, he's in the quantum cuck chair. He's literally in the quantum cuck chair.
Quantum cuck chair, actually.
Good God.
Infinitely repeating cuckage.
The servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day, and totally shouldn't check the shed if we're doing that again. Oh shit! Goda's alive!
Go!
Perfect time to change
Let's
accent.
go, Goda!
Goda was the most enthusiastic during the family conference. He had been told to concentrate his efforts, especially on cooking.
Yeah,
I mean,
we get
it
breakfast
works
today.
because I hated this guy, but now he's Italian and now I think he's awesome.
That's all I had to do. I was like, I don't like the voice I do for him. I'll make him Italian.
Yeah.
Italian American specifically.
I like him now.
Jesus.
And he'd been specially exempt from several tasks that the servants normally must do. Goda, who was a show-off, seemed to be feeling
So
particularly
he's not even really a
superior
servant,
because
bro.
of
He's like a private chef.
He let
But-
Genji
but
and
they
the
still
rest
call him
prepare the
serving.
rest of the mansion and worked on making a breakfast in the kitchen. I honestly respect it though. He's like, no, my job, because that's how I feel about my job. Actually, he's like, I'm here to do my thing. That's what I'm gonna do.
I get
That's
it.
in
He has
my
respect
job
for his craft.
description. Don't try to roll me into your other shit, because I'm here to get paid to do the thing that you're paying me for.
Yeah,
and
I can
nothing
understand a
else.
guy that's, you know, passionate about what he does. You know, he respects his craft.
Yeah. Well, and also, just as someone who's worked for a lot of corporations, the moment you let them have an inch, they'll take a mile.
Oh no, definitely. It's like you show them that you're willing to like give that extra 1%, and then they just squeeze you for everything that you're worth.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like I legit had to have that conversation with my supervisor this week. I was like, I make all the numbers green on the chart and you shut the fuck up. That's our relationship here, lady. Well, you need to go beyond. You need to shut. Genji split the work with Shannon and Kanon as they carried out various tasks.
Dude,
So I
are
had to
all of
complain
the
about
servants
work a
gonna
little
leave
bit.
this time? No, well, I shouldn't say all of them, but like, fucking.
More than, yeah.
Because I forget actually, because what, it was just the first sacrifice is what, wasn't it
It's
just
random.
Goda and most of the adults?
Yes.
The first time?
Yes.
We don't need old lady.
Well,
Old lady can die.
Yeah, it was Kumasawa was allowed. It was most of the adults, Goda, and then Shannon. She died.
Yeah, right. That was the first 7 last
Yeah.
time, right? Because it was Battler's parents, George's parents, Shannon, fucking. I'm already forgetting names, but yeah, we get the point. So there's already some things that have changed.
Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same, considering the possibility that they were all on meth and still having a discussion inside. She nodded.
I mean, they're rich. They could.
But there was no response. She opened the door and said good morning.
Okay, who's dead in there?
Good morning. Ooh, woo.
Good morning. Is anyone there?
The room was cold, and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. There was tea set on the table from which they'd probably been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Cleaning up the tea was a servant's job, and the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves. The servants would lose face. So it was truly a pleasant act of kindness for the family to only do this much.
Yeah, whatever you say, bro.
Listen, it's the way they decide to live. I just narrate the thing.
me when I'm so kind because I'm not a self-sufficient human being.
Woohoo.
I am a talking ephemeral creature.
Yeah, well, I'm
As
not
she
talking to you. I'm
approached-
talking to my audience.
Oh,
Your
that's
audience.
a wall I can't
Yeah,
see
yeah,
past. I've
yeah,
decided
I said it.
for my character.
I said it.
Because I've decided I'm a character now.
Fire.
As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and cups. Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. 1 second.
Oh, the narrator
No,
has
just-
to go.
I just thought of something.
What?
What is
What
that?
if she wants to torture Shannon even more, and this time she killed George?
I don't think so. I think she killed all of the adults in the cathedral.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, right? Like,
They're
do you
all-
think they became willing sacrifices?
Because, yeah, I mean, because they were like, I acknowledge you, I resign. I acknowledge you, I resign.
Well, because, I mean, to be fair, like, she was still, like, I'm assuming being cordial at that point, so I feel like we can just interpret that as they're accepting that she's a witch, right? But
Mhm.
that we don't know if they accepted to be killed by her or if she just, killed them.
Good morning. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Good morning.
Woke up, hop up in the DeLorean or something.
Okay. sorry
And then
about
the scuba duh.
that. There's just a million people decided to DM me at once.
Oh my god, so popular!
It was one fuck off and one not fuck off, pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
Shade, am I a fuck off? Be honest.
No, no.
Aw. Fire.
I just forget to like randomly message you something. No, and he just doesn't read my messages.
Yeah.
Dude, I fucking don't open my phone.
I've sent you a soliloquy.
No, you haven't. Don't lie.
I have.
Where? Where is it? It's not there. But I did. On your most recent DM, yeah, we should talk about that sometime and work on that. That's a cool idea. I just I'm my
You didn't
worst.
say anything.
I know. My worst habit is I will fucking see the message and I'll be like, oh, I need to respond to this, but I'm doing something else right now. Let me finish it, and by the time that thing is finished, I have forgotten. But in my mind, I created a response in my mind, so I'm like, yeah, I told
I
him.
do that
even
a
though I
lot.
The
didn't.
amount of times I try to have like creative conversations with this person, only to be like brain cucked.
Brain cucked is crazy.
Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly, and it read out loud.
Cock.
Chaperone. Ah, chapel!
Chapel.
Yeah, okay, bro.
The chapel. They're dead in the chapel.
Sing once again for me.
Wow.
All strange to wear.
A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally that sound wouldn't have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I...
Oh.
Who?
Well, because she thought vaguely. What? Who?
What
I feel
is
like
happening?
Wait, isn't it Kinzo again? Because he was talking about the sound.
No, it said she.
Oh, I don't know.
It repeated it.
Huh.
Shut up. Who is it banging on the door this whole time? Oh,
I think it's Jessica.
Jessica?
As soon as she realized that, she woke up, and hopefully someone was knocking. Yes, we know that. We heard it. Then she noticed that it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well.
Oh, it's Rosa.
Rosa-sama. Rosa-sama.
No, why did she survive?
Good morning.
Aww.
Wait, I'm coming now.
It had been Genji's voice, looking at the clock. It wasn't even 7 yet. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to this premonition of misfortune. Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days, so even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door a crack and answered.
Good morning. I apologize for waking you this early.
Did something happen?
Yes. Actually, at the chapel.
Genji whispered something into Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After it had repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed the door for a second, changed her clothes quickly, and followed Genji towards the mansion.
All right, who's dead? Come on, man. I needs to know.
I need
needs
to
to know.
know.
Battler has been crucified.
The chapel requires some explanation.
Sure.
It wasn't in a mansion, but in a grove behind it, and a short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion. So so Kinzo is one of those like Christian pagans. It was like pagan, but through the Christian pantheon.
Well, when
The
he says
devils
God,
and-
that could really be referring to any god.
I mean, maybe he was. I don't know.
I
maybe
mean,
he
it's
was religious
80s in
or
Japan, so I'm assuming if there's a chapel, it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, the way I'm sort of looking at it is that, like, at least in the greater context, right? The reason why he talks about, like, you know, like God giving these things to people, it might not even be because he literally believes in God, but more so he's speaking on how, like, you know, how he thinks of humanity, because that's what he was talking about, right? Basically that, you know, humans are confined to their fate no matter what.
Well, but then yeah, just by the virtue of there being a chapel on his island
Mm-hmm.
that he presumably had built, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's true. I don't know. It just seems weird because it kind of comes out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie.
It had been built at the same time as the mansion. So though its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest.
Lion.
Eventually, the chapel came into sight from beyond a thin grove. Just looking at it from the outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty, where a pair of young lovers might want to get married.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that Adam just said. It could also be because, like, Kinzo is legitimately a Weestaboo.
Yeah. Well, though, that's what I'm saying. Like the 80s in Japan and his whole thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could also be rooted, like it could be a religious thing, or it could be rooted in his deep fucking appreciation for
That
Western
would be
culture.
hilarious. Is he's such a Westaboo that he's both Christian and pagan?
Yeah, right.
That's actually pretty funny. It's like, no, I want to do both.
King.
However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place, so Rosa and the siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty. And also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face.
Jesus.
So that's where she gets it.
Generational.
The servant silhouettes could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Goda, Shannon, yes, the ones who were there, which meant all of the servants on the morning shift are gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on. Oh boy.
Alright, we're back.
On the door at the entrance to the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stringy paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magic circle.
What is this? When was it drawn here?
The servants looked at each other. Goto was the first to open his mouth.
I did it.
My apologies. We don't usually enter this building, so we don't know what it was made.
Then who was the first person to find it?
It was me. When I went to the dining hall to clean up the tea set, I found a memo with chapel written on it.
Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand.
Whose handwriting is it? It isn't Nissan's or Nessan's. So after that, you came here and found this, right?
Yes.
Rosa-sama, look at this.
What? Happy Halloween for... What?
Cannon pointed at a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of the magic circle. There, the following words were written in English.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween for Maria.
Happy Halloween for Maria. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween.
Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. Okay, so the carrots.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Battler said Happy Halloween.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
Dude, I think she's going to frame him.
Ooh.
Keep reading.
The key phrase matched.
Excuse the fuck out of us.
It was
Jesus.
the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Oh! What about Maria? She should be sleeping with her cousins, right? Did you check?
My apologies. We just now realized that Maria-sama's name was written here. We still have not checked. Quickly!
What are you doing? I'll go check on Maria and come back. Tell Cross Nissan and the rest too. After that, follow their instructions.
Guys? Does she know?
Guys.
I don't think she knows, chat.
After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was odd. Her own rank in this family conference was the lowest of the four siblings. Why had she been the... Oh...
Because they cannot be found.
Okay, so I think I see how she's gonna get her just desserts here.
Yeah, because this time, all of the siblings basically die, except for her.
Bitch. Why had she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this? And the other siblings hadn't been. Even if Maria's name had popped up.
Could it be... What?
Yes, we tried to contact Kraus-sama, but we couldn't find them.
And Madam was not in her room. Judging by the condition of the sheets, she might not have returned to her bed at all last night.
Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back.
Did you check inside the chapel? That's not me.
No, not yet. We tried, but...
Actually, the lock to the chapel is special, so the master key will not work. There is a single key that can open it, but that key is missing from the key box.
Yeah, of course it is. Okay, dude. I don't trust Genji, bro. I really don't.
She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached, then tried pushing and pulling the knob. After all she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. Dear God.
Huh. Dude, I'm thinking if I'm gonna fully get into Battler's character for a second, I almost feel like there's a potential angle of Beatrice actually is human and Genji is her accomplice. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But like that's pretty tinfoil hat. I don't know.
We searched to see if there was a window we could enter through, but I think we'd have to break one of the windows if we wanted to check inside. What do you think?
There's no way I can give you approval to do something like that. This is Father's precious chapel.
Christ, people are missing. You moron.
At that time, the events of the previous day swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right.
Oh, that's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet. And then she surely said, the time to open that will come soon.
Rosa was sure. There could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was...
The key! Right?
Maybe.
Wake the fuck up, Maria! Wake the fuck up!
She ran to go beat her child.
Oh my god.
After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while hiding her footsteps, softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores of typical young people. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy occult items, notebooks describing things of that nature, and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all.
Not cutesy, not demure.
Not very cutesy or demure. However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be.
Here, this is it.
A Western envelope with the crest of the gold eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vaguely cylindrical object inside. She could tell by its feel and its weight. There was no doubt. This was a key. After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. It was a key with an old and intricate design. Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Battler seemed to have noticed the sound, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring.
Wake up, Battler! Wake up!
He is eepy.
He's just eepy.
Genji-san, could this key be the key to the chapel?
Yeah, because I guess this is what she means when she says that, like, she can move, or what Maria meant, I guess, when she says, like, you know, Beatrice can move pieces in such a way that Battler cannot because she's a witch, right? Because like, you know, she's making stuff happen while he's literally fucking sleeping. Like, so that way, he'll be the only one who like doesn't witness the proof.
Yeah, I just can't believe that Maria just pulled the Johnny.
True, yeah.
You motherfucker.
Yeah.
Where did you? Yes, this is the key to the chapel.
Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key into the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurt one's ears, it slowly began to open.
What if they're all crucified?
Happy Halloween was Halloween.
Ready for a pentuple crucifixion?
Is anyone there?
No, it'd have to be septuple.
Or septuple, yeah. Her voice reverberated through the massive room.
Hello?
Kermit!
Is anyone here dead?
Hey, it says there was no answer.
Of course, there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling and the air was cold. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. Servants timidly followed after Rosa.
Rosa-sama, look at that.
Cannon noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there. At first, it looked like a dining table. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something.
Oh my god, did she like throw a Halloween party with Maria and then kill everybody right after?
Oh my god. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were probably Halloween decorations.
I know where this is going.
Oh god. And there were people seated at the table. 3 people on each side, facing each other,
Dude,
seated in chairs.
Oh no.
They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Ava and her husband, and Rudolph and his wife. But if you wanted to be sure, you'd still have to go even closer and check.
Dude, the narrator's such a troll. That's so funny.
Because they seemed almost like dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entered all at once, and the sound of many footsteps called out, asking if anyone was there. And yet, there had been no reaction.
How do you guys think she did it? My guess is they're all beheaded.
Oh god.
I can't say.
Even if Rosa and the rest had assumed they were being ignored,
Yeah, I
you'd
know,
still
babe,
expect there to be
you
some
could like
kind of
make
reaction.
a fake answer for like audience engagement.
They're actually all alive, actually.
Yeah, okay, dude, you're so funny. Fuck you.
And there hadn't even been that. So at first it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now, it wasn't just Rosa, Shannon and Cannon, even Goda. They were all fighting frantically with the creepy emotion that grasped their hearts.
Dude, the suspense is killing me.
Nessan?
As she walked towards the altar, she called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yes, by now Rosa was sure of it. She was sure these weren't dolls, but the people themselves.
This is...
Uh-oh, guys.
They grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table. It looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks, all kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. They were all decorated in a Halloween style, and while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria surely would have been delighted to see all this. That was the state of the tables they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It was an eerie scene, as though a small fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time.
They're all sleeping?
Yeah, eternally.
When she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, soda, and chocolates, all with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. They all scattered across a carpet covered with blackberry and cranberry jam.
That's not jam.
Yeah, fellas, I don't think that's what that is.
This perspective is epic, though. Oh,
yeah, this looks cool.
Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party, a banquet for those not of this world. Kraus, Natsuhi, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kyrie were seated in their chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead. How could you tell they were dead, not simply sleeping? That was because they'd been vertically sliced open from their chests to their stomachs.
Whoa, dude. So she literally fucking gashed open their torsos.
Cross-sama!
How cruel.
The 6 of them had sat down at a Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, killing them. The jam covering the floor must be what overflowed from their stomachs once they'd stuffed themselves completely, right?
No!
No. The contents of their stomachs had been scattered all over the floor. And that wasn't all. Out of their stomachs, it was almost as though they'd poured out. As though the snacks had overflowed from there. Oh god, did she force them to detonate themselves?
Dude, I don't know.
Candies and cookies, soda and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, had scattered across the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It's almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full to bursting with sweets. And it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Rosa remembered a certain shocking meal, a turkey that had been served at her own birthday, when it had been cut open with a knife and outflowed one of her favorite foods. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, the deep red ketchup omelet rice poured out like bloody maggots.
The fuck? An omelet rice stuffed turkey?
Pulsing, dripping, slimy, pulpy, squelching.
Grody, guys. And then she
Trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging in her stomach as the acid started to rise.
Oh.
Unable to hold back, she threw it all up on the floor.
Pussy.
Dog, what? No way you're saying that.
Nothing but stomach acid. The scene in front of her was no fun Halloween party now. The 3 couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open. Wrenched open
With what?
with a
Huh?
Oh yeah, dude. But that's only 6. Who's the 7th? Don't tell me it was the fucking kid.
No. There's 6 sacrifices on the first night.
Oh,
6
so
first night,
so the number was wrong. We were just saying 7, and you didn't correct us.
I mean, I'm
I
not
didn't-
I'm not.
You are.
overpowered.
You literally are. Stop saying that.
I'm literally not.
You are. You are. You've read this whole game.
I have. I mean, I've read the first part.
No, I think you read all of it actually.
I did. But yeah.
I've decided that you read all of it.
Okay. Cool.
You're the UMINEKO master. I know you set us up. You're a
so
witch.
many, so many snacks have been stuck in there.
Bumpy squishy.
Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. I've said that like 5 times. Bloodstained, sticky, sloppy, pulpy sweets and snacks that made your fingers stick together. Gummy, but stained with entrails. Sloppy, pulpy.
Oh.
What
it's-
there was
it's
so
her
much time
again.
that didn't feel like candy or a cookie or soda or chocolate. Oh God. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot. What the fuck? What a gruesome Halloween party.
From far.
I don't know.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm
I don't
scared,
know who it is anymore.
Scared Shane. From far away, it looked truly beautiful, fantastical, and fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, and yet somehow still beautiful. Oh. Ah!
Screams to the heavens. Oh my God.
Rose's wild thoughts tried as best they could to escape her throat. The loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar.
This is horrible. Just horrible.
Call an ambulance! Call the police!
That's right. The police. Police.
Fucking calm down, Maria. Jesus Christ.
Dude, everyone
not
is
helping
dead.
anybody.
What do you mean?
You're not start screaming the word police
Nah,
over and over again?
Natsu, he would have taken control calmly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Exactly.
Whatever you say.
Fuck this bitch.
Whatever you say, big dog.
She at least would have gotten the kid servants out of there.
I mean, dude, but this is like everyone else is either dead or sleeping, so who else is gonna help her?
The other kids.
Yeah, there's only kids left alive, Shane.
Hey, Genji and Goda are right there, bro.
I think some kids are gonna get
Fuck.
traumatized no matter what.
Ah, shit, dude. Oh, jeez, man.
Oh boy. Yeah, already the situation is looking much more dire. There are literally what, 3 adults remaining? No, 4. Right? Or actually 5, because Kinzo. Because there's the only living adults are Kinzo and the adult servants.
Yeah. If a word so tied to reality hadn't come out of Goda's mouth, Rosa and the rest would have probably found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party even now. But it wasn't because they thought the police might have been able to do something. If they didn't keep yelling about the police, it felt as though another seat might be set up at this demon's party and given to them.
Nanjo too, but I lump him in with the servants, really.
Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside, rumbling, churning, and it was surely caused. And it was surely caused because candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up onto the floor. And then she searched to see if there was any candy in it. Oh God. She's fully losing it.
Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Rosa coughed violently again, forcefully spitting out the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized by now that her whole body had been covered in a filthy sweat.
Bro. Genji-san, Shannon-chan, please contact father and ask for instructions. Goda-san, go with Kanon-kun and call the police. Then have Dr. Nanjo come here. I've been bringing Dr. Nanjo here. It's been too late for medical care. I don't know.
The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, whom she had spent good times and bad, and their partners. Though there could be nothing more tragic than this scene, for as some reason she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful.
Yeah, she's definitely fucked in the head.
Yeah.
Ooh, me freako. Ooh, me freako. Oh.
Ooh, me
Good morning.
freako.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Oh, well, this is awkward. They aren't here. Where'd they go?
The servant room and the kitchen room are both empty. What in the world happened?
Mama! Where's Mama? My letter! The letter I got from Beto! Give it back! Give it back! Oh!
Perplexing. Battlecun, are you sure it was Aunt Rosa?
Well, even I was half asleep, so I'm not too sure. But I get the feeling that early in the morning, Aunt Rosa came in and fished around in Maria's handbag. I figured there was probably a tube of toothpaste or something in there.
No, Battler, you didn't see that because you were asleep, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Why would
Because you were asleep.
No, I think he
No, because remember, it's...
No, I'm being a dick from the D&D game.
Real. Why would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's handbag? Looks like you were a little more than half asleep.
Womp womp.
Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she'd started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured out that Rosa had probably come and opened the envelope.
A letter from the Golden Witch. I wonder what was inside.
I don't know, but that envelope was for Grandfather's personal use, and it had the Oshiromiya family crest on it. Whatever was inside must have had some connection to a family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler and the rest for a whole lot. So they remembered it. Remembered it well.
Sorry.
I was going to say, that's what it said.
Mama, give it back! Mama, give it back!
Well, if you're right, it'd have to be pretty important. Why would this mighty witch give something that important to Maria? I don't get it.
Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural, since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. It felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk.
Hey, anyone there? Answer me!
Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It came from the entrance hall.
Oh, wait. Oh, I get it now. Because the thing she did that, convinced them was she fucking magicked up the Halloween party. And so then they had the party and she killed them.
I could hear you. Has something happened?
Yes, Najo!
It's Dr. Danjo. Thank goodness we're saved. He's Giga Chad.
Yeah!
He's here to save us all.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
It's
that's what he
me.
Dr. Nanjo, good morning. Sorry, but do you know where our parents went?
Dear me. I only just woke up and came here, you see. I have no way of knowing for sure, but let's see.
It was only natural. Danjo was a guest just like the rest of them. He'd come now just to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast.
Mama took it! Mama took my letter! Give it back! Give it back!
Aw.
Maria buried her face in Nanjo's plump stomach,
Fire.
sobbing and crying. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning.
Nah, someone's running this way. Jessica, someone's coming!
From down the hall, they could sense people running hurriedly. From down the hall, they saw Gerda and Cannon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion, and yet Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unimaginable they wanted to ask anyone, where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their minds than Jessica, who was waving them. Gorda flew into the servant room, and when Cannon noticed that Nanja was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something into his ear.
What did you say? Rosa-san did? She threw up?
Yes, she threw up everywhere. I will guide you, so please accompany me.
Understood.
This way.
Without saying anything more than that, Cannon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her. But he wasn't calm. He dashed back down the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanja. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Gorda through the door to the servant room, which had been flung open. He wasn't holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
It's an invitation to the Golden Land!
They didn't know it, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Cannon and Nanjo.
Hi, Battler.
Yeah. And then we realized. Cannon-kun had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So we shouldn't have gone with them. I wonder if Alice regretted her excess curiosity when she chased after that rabbit holding a clock.
Wow, a big Alice in Wonderland reference, dude.
Oh god, visual novel authors love Alice in Wonderland, don't they?
Yeah.
No, you mustn't go in! You mustn't look! Jessica-chan, no! No!
Father! What happened?
And it happens all over again. What the hell is this? This goes way beyond bad taste. Isn't taking someone's life bad enough? What the hell is this? Going to all the trouble after they died of sitting them on chairs, slicing their stomachs and pulling their entrails out? You went to all the trouble of stuffing their stomachs full of sweets? Why the hell would you do something so fucked up? Damn it! Damn it! Nice job, you bastard. Just great, just great! Ah!
It would be best if everyone went outside. They certainly wouldn't want you all to see them like this.
Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one listened.
Rosa-san, please tell them. If they keep looking at something like this, it will do nothing but harm.
Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned.
Locked in.
So the children had come here. They had seen it. Surely at this very moment they were having a sight burned into their eyes. That was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. Before groaning and crying voices, the sadness continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love.
You piece of crap! Again? Another one of these murders? And this time you made it all elaborate, killing them like it's a total joke!
I was rather hoping you'd thank me, not cry out in grief.
Thank you? Did you say I should thank you, you old bitch? Damn it, if there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Why should I have to see that insane way of killing and say, oh, thank you very much, Beatrice-sama. I'll beat your brains out.
In the last game, you lamented the fact that you couldn't see your parents' faces after they died, yes? So this time I left them. Didn't touch them. Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed.
Really? What a nice treat. I'm so fucking happy! I swore I'd plow your face after I choked the life out of you, but I'll take that back now. I'll rip out your guts instead!
Don't give in to emotion. Don't stop thinking.
Oh, God, that face.
My game has already begun, right? I've decided to leave you neat and tidy corpses this time. Do you know why? When you denied my existence in the last game, you used this line of thinking. Their faces were crushed so the identity of the corpses can't be confirmed. Therefore, we can't eliminate the possibility that fake corpses were prepared to create an alibi. Unless that possibility is denied, a human culprit theory can still be built.
What did you say?
So, battlers, it's okay to leave the examination of the corpses to Nanjo. Isn't it traditional in mystery novels for the doctor who performs such examinations to be an accomplice? Then don't leave the examination to him. Do it yourself. Make completely sure that without a doubt, the 6 corpses are the 6 people they're supposed to be. That they really, really are dead, not just pretending. If you wish to confirm that your father and mother have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out, you'd better stick your hand inside their stomachs and feel around.
She has a little soundbite.
Yeah, that's what I based her voice on.
It's funny.
Doesn't it match?
I won't cry! Damn it, I won't cry!
Battler suddenly yelled. His tears were dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face several times with both hands. Even so, the tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes.
Whoever's responsible for this piece of work, I'll make them pay back their debt completely! So this isn't the time to cry. Gotta think about what to do! It's useless, it's all useless! If you've got enough time to cry, then think! There's no time to let yourself cry.
Why does Battler say his catchphrase when people die?
It's useless. It's all useless.
Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness. That's right. Even if we cry, it won't change the reality of what has happened.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Then what should we do? What should we do? For Mom and Dad's sakes!
Rosa-san, I've returned.
Goda-san, what happened with the police? What did they say to do? Did they say when they think they'll be able to get here?
As to that, it seems the phones have broken down. I also tried the emergency wireless, but maybe it's the weather. But that isn't working either.
What did you say? So we can't contact the police? It's that person. They did something to the phone line. Made it so that we can't reach the cops.
When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red, and so much crying, they began to grow even redder with rage.
God, there's no need to talk about it, right? I understand everything. That's right, I get it. Who killed Dad and Mom? It's obviously her. It's obvious. Oh, it's gotta be that witch or whatever who came yesterday. I'll grab her by the collar. Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Yippee, everybody wants to kill
Jessica-chan,
her.
wait! Goda-san kinda can go!
Yes, ma'am.
Milady, wait! Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest who'd arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Goda and Cannon picked up on this immediately and chased after her. Could the guess that no one invited Beatrice be the culprit?
I understand how Jessica feels. I wish I could think that too. It doesn't matter who. I want someone to be the culprit so I can bash them right in their face! But before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on. Who is this Beatrice? I haven't even seen her face!
If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion. You still don't remember after looking at it for so long?
Come on, Maria. What's so funny in a situation like this?
Beatrice is a witch, and the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land has finally begun. Those 6 people are sacrifices. Come, let us begin the witches' banquet. Tonight is Halloween, so now the witches will gather to celebrate.
Maria, don't I always tell you not to laugh with that creepy voice?
The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high ceiling
crispy. It was a
chapel.
good one.
It was a good one.
Yeah, it is. She got her good.
Hit her with that fucking...
Oh.
Alright, is it him again? I think so.
Oh.
Ever since it started raining yesterday. No. Ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived on Rokenjima, but since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining, and ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world, where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person... Is she some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem? Just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Gold, just like Maria said? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this visitor person is the most suspicious. But we mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. It's useless, it's all useless! I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they were overloaded. He has multiple brains.
True.
Even though it might have been a wasted effort.
Oh, it's George. Okay. This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On a tray piled up with sweets that...
Is bad.
What?
Yeah.
Because it says George Aniki.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George Aniki found a Western envelope that had the Ushinomiya family crest done on it in gold leaf. And it was unopened. Which means it's probably meant for us, right? If it was something Dad and the others read, it should be open.
It seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here. Someone wrote to those who remain.
Is that a letter the culprit left? What's inside?
Aniki, let's open it.
After nodding silently, George...
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, I'm getting water.
He'll steal it from you. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
After nodding silently, George Aniki broke the seal.
I've read so much tonight, my brain
Yeah.
is just...
A folded letter came out.
Eat your chip, narrator. Eat your chip.
No, I have to be George.
No,
Yeah.
true.
I'll read it. Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Ushinomiya family. I am Beatrice. Blah, blah. You can't talk! They tell you so much! I am the one with the tits, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself.
That letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she'd lent Grandfather, along with interest. And that interest was everything Grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring just to the wealth that Grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that Grandfather had created. In other words, all of Grandfather's descendants were included in the interest. You bastard! What a screwed up contract! Lives as interest for gold, you say? That's almost like a contract with the devil, isn't it? You think that makes you more like a witch? Don't make me laugh!
Special clause. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Kenzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold with the epitaph under my portrait. In other words, it's something like this. If these murders represent her collecting interest, then she's telling us to try and find the gold she gave Grandfather if we want her to stop. And she's also saying that the secret pointing to the gold is hidden in the portrait epitaph.
So basically, this is a letter of challenge from the witch. She's telling us to try and solve the code that points to the hidden gold, if we can. And if we can't, she'll keep collecting the interest as planned. Oh, I'll beat you to death. Bring it on!
Badler-kun, look!
The table was covered with sweets, so even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on. You see them a lot, right?
Oh.
You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots. This is no box of candy. It's the real thing. This is a real gold bar.
It's inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle. I heard Mother talking about this earlier. This is a gold bar from Grandfather's Legend of the Gold.
Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms. A whole 3 of them were piled up in the very center of the table. It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference.
If these are really 4 9s quality ingots, it's worth about 60 million yen.
Dumbass! That's too cheap! Our parents have been killed, and all you've got is this pile of just 60 million yen in gold! Don't take us for fools, damn it!
So it has begun, Beatrice. It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyway. So Beatrice will definitely win. Quickly open the door to the Golden Land and take me with you.
Man, bro, I tried to hold out hope, but she really is just evil.
UMINEKO no Nakakoro ne.
She's like, she wants everybody to die so she can go. That's fucking insane.
I request that we call it here?
Sure.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh no, Cannon and Jessica say no, fuck, okay.
We want to save that for next time.
Okay. Oh shit, no, please, I don't want to
Nice job, bro. Dude, I am so tired. But dude, this every time Beatrice and Battler appear outside the game, I gotta try so hard.
Yeah, dude. You do great. You do great.
I love Battler, bro.
Love Battler.
I listened to his JP Seiyu to try and take some information. I didn't realize his voice was so growly.
He's a growler.
So I'm trying to work that in.
He's got that dog in him.
I just made George normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is normal. He's a normal guy.
He's a normal, upstanding guy.
He's a normal guy who loves his wife.
True. He's a wife guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. King, I love him. Wow. Feelings felt this episode. People killed. What a good
nothing,
stream.
but this was entertaining.
Okay. Great.
This is crazy, bro.
Yeah. Quite great. Well, we'll see you guys next week. Hopefully. For
On
more
next
UMINEKO.
week's episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh yeah.
Old Man Yowie? More people being killed? Battler, I don't know, doing something? Battler yelling? Next time.
Yeah.
on UMINEKO.
Battler saying he will murder Beatrice violently with his bare hands.
Beatrice
Quick,
kind of
Battler,
liked
you have
it.
to power up and go super Shiromiya.
Yeah, Super Shiromiya.
Ooh, okay, bye everybody. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.